के बातें की जाती हैं, यह विकास के कार्यों से सकारात्मक दिशा में आगे जा रहे देश का ध्यान बटाने के लिए अथवा उनका मनोबल गिराने के लिए किया जाता है। यह भी संभव हो सकता है कि उनकी खुद की जमीन जो दरक रही है G23 से लेके, जो रीसेंट डेवलपमेंट है गोवा का, मतलब G5 या G6 G7 जो भी आप कहिए, तो G23 से लेके और G6 G7 तक जो कुछ घटित हो रहा है वो जमीन खिसकने पर भी जमीर नहीं जाग रहा हो, तो शायद इसलिए यह होने की संभावना है। अतः मैं अंत में यह कहना चाहूंगा कि भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में आकंठ डूबी हुई कांग्रेस जिस विषय को लेकर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में है, क्या वो ये बताएं कि यदि वो अपने एक संस्थान को अपने शासनकाल में इतनी सहायता दिलवा सकते थे तो मात्र उसके मुकाबले कम ऋण के लिए वो दूसरी संस्थान को सहायता क्यों नहीं दिला सकते थे, अथवा यह दोनों संपत्तियों को हड़प करने का एक मैकेनिज्म यानी एक डिवाइस था या नहीं। धन्यवाद।
कांग्रेस पार्टी के आरोप पे है सर।
All right, we just heard that BJP briefing where they have spoken about the graft cases against Congress and has also lambasted Vadra Congress graft case as well. Couple of points being made there, where the BJP has said that Congress always in mode to put wrong allegations on the government, and has also in fact reminded the Congress that even after they have the National Herald case hanging over them, they do not have the right now to speak and target the BJP. And we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Coming up next is a big exclusive story. Now, Shravan Sen is breaking the mega exclusive story at 4 p.m. Just in 5 minutes from now, viewers. Just in 5 minutes from now. Stay tuned to Republic TV because this story will be, in fact, extremely exclusive and you will watch it right here only.
President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has agreed to resign on July 13, according to the Speaker of Parliament. This comes after thousands of protesters, furious over his government's inability to address crippling economic turmoil, crashed in the capital and stormed President's official residence. Meanwhile, Sri Lankan Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe agreed to resign on Saturday after party leaders in Parliament demanded both he and the President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to step down.
Both as a citizen and as Prime Minister. I've generally been in governments where I ensured people had 3 meals and the income is being increased. Well, now we are going to have a contraction in the economy. It may be 3.5, 4, maybe 6. So that's going to be bad. We still haven't had the full impact of the contraction. So this is why we need next year to recover.
Wickremesinghe was appointed as the Prime Minister after anti-government protests forced the resignation of then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa in May. Following the Prime Minister and President's decision to step down from their top posts, call for elections within a short period of time and install a new government was also taken. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Attari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border
है तो निश्चित रूप से इसमें देश के जन सामान्य से लेके राजनीतिक दलों को दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर एक सही दिशा में कदम बढ़ाना चाहिए।
देवेंद्र पारसर जी, इंडिया टीवी। देवेंद्र पारसर जी, इंडिया टीवी। उसके बाद आपको सूची देते हैं।
दो सवाल हैं, दो अलग बयान एक सवाल की बात में। कल टीएमसी के एक रीसर हैं, उन्होंने श्रीलंका का उदाहरण देते हुए कहा कि भारत में विद्रोह की स्थिति केसीआर जी ऑलमोस्ट उसी लाइन पे थे कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी देश को विद्रोह की स्थिति में लेके जा रहा है, कैसे देखते हैं इस बारे में?
मुद्दई लाख बुरा चाहे तो क्या होता है, वही होता है जो मंजूर खुदा होता है। वो सोचते रहने दीजिए कि क्या होने वाला है।
सर आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस जरा कमने लगी है, G23 के बाद गोवा में भी G57 जो थी, तो बाकी
We continue to be live and breaking the Republic TV viewers. Just around 3 minutes from now, Shravan Sen will be breaking an exclusive story at 4 p.m. Stay tuned. This is extremely exclusive story and it's going to be a very, very big one and you do not want to miss it. Coming back after a short break.
We have been very supportive of Sri Lanka and we are trying to help. There is no refugee crisis right now.
On the occasion of Eid al-Adha on Sunday, Border Security Force and Pakistan Rangers exchanged wishes at the Atari Wagah border. As a part of traditional gesture between two border guarding forces, BSF exchanged gestures to Pakistan Rangers.
आज ईद के इस मुबारक अवसर पर जॉइंट चेक पोस्ट अटारी से सीमा सुरक्षा बल के द्वारा पाकिस्तान रेंजर्स को स्वीट्स ऑफर किए गए। ये हमारे देश की परंपराओं, सद्भावना की नीति और शांति की पहल के भी परिचायक हैं।
The BSF Gujarat frontier has also exchanged greeting and sweets with Pakistan Rangers. In a statement, BSF Gujarat frontier has said that as a goodwill gesture, sweets have been exchanged at multiple border points. Sweets were exchanged at international borders of Kutch and Banaskantha district of Gujarat, as well as at ICP Munabao, Gadra, Somrar, Kilnor and Varnahar in Barmer district of Rajasthan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Maka.
Top headlines at 4 p.m. Congress in self-combustion mode at Goa now as Congress facing Uddhav camp fate. Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? Population bomb is ticking. UN report states India are likely to surpass China by next year and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils a new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes targets Prime Minister. Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term aborted. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. Exclusive Republic TV Shravan Sen bringing you this mega exclusive story setting the national news agenda of the day. I want to go straight across to Shravan Sen and also Niranjan, who's going to get us this big story.
Well, thank you very much, Shivagi, for taking us through some of the details. So what we're going to do right now is that big story that we are breaking right now is the charges that have been leveled against Amnesty. In fact, Republic TV is the first news network to get their hands on the charge sheet to debunk the theories that have been floated all this while. Remember, several charges being leveled by the Amnesty as far as saying that these are malicious charges. But let's take a look at the charges that have been leveled against Amnesty. Now, we've accessed the full charge sheet, part 1. one of the story that we're putting out right now about the foreign contributions that have been received by this NGO called Amnesty, and what were they actually using this money for? Foreign remittances of about over 50 crore rupees that was received by Amnesty. Why is it that this becomes a violation? Because remember, every NGO actually has to obtain certain permissions from the government in order to receive foreign remittances. In fact, back in the year 2011 and 2012, when foreign contributions were actually received by Amnesty, about 1 crore rupees, remember that was the very time when there was an adverse report that was filed by the Ministry of Home Affairs saying that they cannot receive these foreign remittances. Let's take a look at the chart sheet that has been accessed. Let me just quickly show you. This is the chart sheet. Perhaps in a short while from now, Niranjan can also come in to show you all the details of the chart sheet that has been accessed. 16 important points coming up from this particular chart sheet that has been accessed. Point number 1. This is what the chart sheet reads. Says permission or registration has been denied to Amnesty International India Foundation Trust. There was adverse inputs that were received from the security agencies during the year 2011 and 2012. This answers the question when they essentially say that this was a witch hunt carried out by the government. But let's just remind our viewers right now that back in 2011 and 2012, that was the time when adverse reports were basically filed against Amnesty International. FCRA permissions were not granted. But despite that, this organization received funds from the United Kingdom. For more on this, I'm also joined by my colleague Niranjan from the Mumbai newsroom. We're going to put out full details of the chart sheet. 16 important points, Niranjan, emerging from this chart sheet that has now been accessed by Republic TV.
And some of these documents that you have shared, I have it with me. And some of the biggest takeaways, Shravan, from this document is that it's clear that many of these so-called projects were for commercial gains. So if my video journalist can just zoom in, you try and zoom into this. Okay, let's take this one. It's a little clearer. If you take this copy, look at this, right? It appears that some of those people who spoke to the Enforcement Directorate on record, Shravan, the document is on your screen and even you're on the screen. And the Kashmir Access to Justice project, for example, look at this. 46,867 pounds charged. Okay, so let's look at this. The terms of contracts entered into between Amnesty India and Amnesty International. So Amnesty International sends money to Amnesty India to carry out projects. Now, what are these projects and how much are they spending? Take a look at this. So remember all those, the details about Kashmir advocacy. On Kashmir, nearly 46,867 pounds. That is nearly 47 lakh rupees, right? Similarly, there is a human cost of coal research project, for example, which they have billed about $90,000. $90,000 would be about roughly about 70 to 80 lakh rupees. Now, similarly, it appears, I'm just looking at the kind of issues they've picked up, project database maintenance support, etc. Then they talk about justice for under trials, access to justice research. So, such projects being billed for nearly like half a crore, 1 crore. And I think the only news point that comes out of this is about how it was essentially a commercial project, Shravan, you'll be able to tell us more. They've called it criminal conspiracy as well, Shravan, on how they try to bring in foreign monies in the guise of these projects.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, let me just take you through the details that is coming in from the chart sheet and why these, when you say these are commercial activities, and wherein lies the problem. Take a look at what the Enforcement Directorate has to say. They say that the company Amnesty International India Private Limited is registered under Code 85 of the Company Act in the MCA, while objective of the company is profitability. However, non-profit organizations are generally registered under Code 85. Under Code 85, they say that clearly shows that the objective of the company not commensurate with the activities carried out. So let me just try and explain this to all our viewers. Wherein lies the problem? One, They did not have the FCRA permissions in order to receive the foreign remittances. So what do they really do? The allegation here is that Amnesty floated 2 other companies here, or rather firms here in India. Now these firms were essentially receiving money from the parent company from the United Kingdom. What were they showing it as? They were showing us this as the export of services. Export of services. And what was the export of services? Is that list of reports that they have prepared. What Niranjan was pointing out. So they are saying we're exporting these services to Amnesty in United Kingdom. And for this, they've got over 50 crore rupees. 50 crore rupees that has come in from Amnesty International based out of United Kingdom. And let's not forget the fact that FDI, they were actually receiving foreign direct investment. As an NGO, they were not entitled to receive foreign direct investment. In fact, if you take a look at this particular chart sheet in which Niranjan, in one point, they make a clear case. Here they're saying it has appeared that AIIPL was misusing the funds received in the guise of FDI for other activities, charity, contribution to fund such trust, which was no way connected to activities for which the FDI had been received, and getting contribution from the overseas donor to expand its NGO activities under the mask of services constantly. So that basically points out the entire illegality that we are talking about, the illegality that perhaps Amnesty will now have to prove, they have to basically debunk in the court, saying, because all this while they are saying that these are false charges that have been leveled against them, and the fact that these were charges, this is nothing but a witch hunt that has been carried out by the present political dispensation. But let's not forget, it was back in 2011-2012 when the FCRA permission was not granted, when this government was not in power. Second very important point here is that they were aware that there are certain norms under which every NGO operates in this country. If that is the case, then why exactly were they not following the legal route? What is it that they wanted to really hide? Because the question here is that when you do not have the permissions, you are still receiving foreign remittances. And to bypass the FCRA violations, what were you exactly doing? You were floating another firm, and those firms were receiving the funds from the parent company, and the parent company was actually sending in money in multiple tranches. Let me also bring in Swapnil Kothari, who's joining us on this broadcast. Swapnil, we've accessed the chart sheet, the attachment order, documents which go on to indicate that there are some very serious charges against Amnesty. If they have nothing to really hide, then why exactly bypass the FCRA norms that have been laid out? And let's not forget that these services or these permissions were taken away from them back in 2011-2012. So this entire argument that there is a political witch hunt that has been carried out does not really stand.
Shravan, congratulations once again to you and the entire Republic TV team for unearthing this scandal. I had heard about this scandal since quite some time, and it was only a matter of time before Republic TV broke it to the people. And this is not news to me. Most of these organizations tend to work under this kind of a garb, and FCRA is violated just as the way, red lights are violated in our country while driving a car. So I'm not surprised that the ED has raided Amnesty, and I'm sure they'll dig a lot more out of it, and there'll be not only violations of the FCRA, but including FEMA, including Companies Act, and all the other attendant laws which I can think of. IPC will also come into the picture, and I'm sure the charge sheet will be increased a little bit more to add more sections to it, because otherwise if you do not add certain sections to it, I don't know what the sections are, how comprehensive they are, because if you do not add them, then it doesn't really, cut eyes. FCRA alone is not enough, Shravan.
Swapnil, I just want you to help our viewers. Swapnil, I just want you to help our viewers understand. You would understand the legalities much better and explain it to our viewers. What I understand from this particular chart sheet is that this is an NGO receiving foreign direct investment. As per rules, you cannot do that because you are not entitled to receive foreign direct investment. Secondly, as far as FCRA violations are concerned, back in 2011 and 2012, there were adverse reports that were submitted to the Ministry of Home Affairs. FCRA permission was cancelled, which means foreign remittances cannot be received by this organization. What they do in turn is come up with 2 new firms, and these new firms were getting money directly from United Kingdom, and then they say that these were for exporting services to the parent company. I want you to help our viewers understand the legality. Where is the illegality in this?
Well, the illegality is right there because in law, what you cannot do directly, you cannot even do indirectly. So what here has happened is that you floated shell companies precisely for the purpose, under the garb of saying that we are exporting our services. And since we are exporting our services, we are entitled to foreign remittances, which in turn go to the organizations which are hitherto banned from receiving foreign currency, remittances. So that the answer is very clear there. If you do not have the permissions, you've sidestepped those permissions and you've floated shell companies precisely for that. And most of these shell companies, as you are aware, Shravan, in a lot of money laundering cases, including, Mehul Choksi and the like, that you've seen most of these shell company cases, shell companies were formed with fake board meetings, with paper meetings that never actually happened, simply to pass on resolutions to ensure that foreign currencies or certain LODR or certain, credit, remittances or credit facilities from the banks have been taken only for that purpose, when you know that the purpose is entirely different and completely against the law. So this is very, very clear and very simple. So I am sure that, as I keep saying, that FCRA alone will not be attracted. There have to be other sections also under the IPC Companies Act, because who were the directors of these companies and how the hell they did what they did. So obviously those also need to be put in the dock, because a company by itself cannot be cross-questioned. It has to be a human being who needs to be interrogated. So when you deal with corporate frauds, it has to be very comprehensively tackled. It cannot be just cosmetic.
I have this beautiful document here in front of me. Swapnil Kothari, I have Deshodhan Nigam also joining us, and a story broken by Shravan Sen. And look at this, okay? Deshodhan and Swapnil, both of you listen to this. On Kashmir, who wouldn't love this job? I mean, on Kashmir Access to Justice Research Project, they funneled in nearly 47 lakh rupees for a project, okay? Coal research project, almost about 60 to 70 lakh. Field testing technology, I don't know what it is, but francs, 80,000 francs. And then there's some database maintenance for which there are, thousands of pounds. And then there is under trials project, 75 lakh rupees. Justice research, I mean, I don't know, it just goes on and on. Coal sector everywhere. And these are, I repeat, commercial intent projects. Commercial intent projects, which means for a layman, there is something called an Amnesty, which calls itself an NGO, which was making millions using such issues which were fanciable in India. Deshodhan.
Yes. In fact, Amnesty has long been under the radar of Indian authorities. They have, in fact, siphoning off funds in the name of international grants and misusing it. In fact, their anti-India propaganda was also quite known. Apart from violation of the FCRA, as pointed out by Swapnil, there is also a money laundering aspect which the ED is responsible for. And the people who are responsible for day-to-day affairs of that NGO in India, and also the apex body abroad, which the body here. So parent bodies, people who are responsible should also be prosecuted. So it is a very dangerous thing, because they have been known for disruption in India, various economic activities and creating problems. And there was no transparency in the NST. Where the money was coming, and accordingly their license was cancelled. It should be gone in deep. Here FCRA, crimes that are being investigated will not suffice. Everybody has to be brought under the net who are responsible for running this organization, and the parent organization also has to be brought in net, because they were the ones who were controlling this organization.
Yeah, my colleague Abhishek is also joining us live, I think, Shravan breaking the story. And Shravan has accessed the full file, the attachment order, the entire Enforcement Directorate file on Amnesty, and it's bringing out a lot of uncomfortable details. Shravan, Abhishek is also joining us. I think both of you have gone through the details of these documents. Yes, you can take the next question with Abhishek. I think Abhishek also has gone through some of the documents, and I just saw one interesting mention here, Shravan. If I can just, show that mention and then hand it over, to you and Abhishek both. Look at this. The Enforcement Directorate says that this clearly shows that the objective of the company was not commensurate with the activities being carried out. So a lot of shady activity, basically, that was passed off as NGO work. Shravan, is that what the ED believes? Back to you.
Well, partly yes, Niranjan, because what is really happening is that there are a few companies that one has to look into it. It starts with a company which goes by the name, or rather a trust, if I may say so, Amnesty International India Foundation Trust. Now, this trust, they did not have the FCRA permission. It was withdrawn. So what they do in turn is they come up with two other firms, which is Amnesty International India Private Limited, which is AIIPL, and they also come up with another, Indians Amnesty International Trust. So a same group with same directors, interestingly with the same address. When the searches were basically carried out, most of these directors were operating out of the same very place. So to which the Enforcement Directorate is saying, it is clearly seen that both the entities have mostly common directors, trustees, common function, common source of funding. So two firms getting money from one firm, that is the Amnesty International United Kingdom. So the moment it is stopped by the Ministry of Home Affairs, so in order to bypass that, they create two others. They are the ones who are receiving the funds. Now, to answer your question, that what was it being used for? They say it was for exporting of services. So what the Enforcement Directorate does is that they ask the question, why don't you furnish documentary evidence in terms whether there are any sort of invoices, how did the money really come in? Now, what's very interesting, this is what the Enforcement Directorate says. No documentary proof for the alleged export, such as invoices and copies of the agreement between AIIPL and Amnesty International UK has been furnished by AIIPL to the authorized dealer bank. Now, that's what the Enforcement Directorate has to say. Abhishek, I want to just bring you in. Now, they say that this is a political witch hunt, and this is what comes out from the documents is that the FCRA permissions were not granted back in 2011 and 2012. So point number one is that what political witch hunt are you really talking about? Because the Ministry of Home Affairs at that point in time came up with an adverse report, and that is the reason why your FCRA permission was cancelled. And secondly, why actually come up with two other firms with common directors and then say that we are receiving funds from only one single source? The single source happens to be the parent company. So wouldn't questions essentially be raised as to why, if you were actually doing all this because you had a certain agenda or you had a certain sort of an objective, then why not put that out in public domain by simply saying that there is no such violations that have taken place, rather than going round all this whataboutery saying that this is all political witch hunt?
Shravan, in fact, all this claim of witch hunt is nothing but mens rea, guilty mind. If you look at this entire structure, as you were explaining, this was essentially aimed at bypassing the censors of the Ministry of Home Affairs, not just censors, the entire mechanism of monitoring of these kind of foreign money inflow into India and the purposes for which it is used. Now, I am really finding it preposterous, the kind of words as it comes out from the charge sheet that you have brought out, Shravan. And Niranjan, it's so interesting. When Akar Patel was asked about the agreement between AIIPL and Amnesty International UK, the contract based on which all the money came, and the services that were delivered. Now, the contract was for some services to be delivered by Amnesty India to Amnesty UK. What were those services for which the money was paid? He says campaigning for human rights, but then when the officers asked that campaigning for human rights is something for which you should have MHA clearance and FCRA clearance, he says no, this is a commercial activity with lot of scope in India, that there is possibility of future growth and India can be a leading provider of these services. Human rights, campaigning for human rights is a commercial activity according to Amnesty International or their India head Akar Patel. I don't think it can get more preposterous than that, Shravan. And Niranjan, this is going to be a big embarrassment for the Lutyens gang. This is going to be a big embarrassment for the lobby, which always stood behind the likes of Akar Patel and Amnesty. In fact, used their reports to slam the government. It is not about the present government, Shravan and Niranjan. It is about the manner in which Amnesty has conducted itself over the last few years and decades in India and perhaps elsewhere in the world. This really brings out the conspiracy element within some people who perhaps choose Amnesty as a platform to browbeat governments, to compromise national security. Imagine the reports that were provided by Amnesty International on Kashmir became tools in the hands of people who wanted to embarrass India. So obviously this was done by design, this was done to an objective, done to an agenda, and this charge sheet really calls the bluff of human rights being the ultimate objective. It was, as it comes out, for them also a commercial activity.
Well, Abhishek, multiple questions being raised, and of course you've raised that fantastic point which we were thinking we'll delve into in a short while from now. Why most of these activities that they were talking about, or what they call export of services. Now what's very interesting, these are all that you're talking about, the list that was read out by Niranjan. They say that this was all to do with export of services, and this was exporting to whom? Their parent company Amnesty International, based out of United Kingdom, for which they were receiving the money. Now they are basically dubbing all of this by saying these are commercial activities. If they are at all, now for a moment, for the sake of argument, if they are commercial activities, then yes, you would be having the invoices, yes, you would have some sort of a documentary evidence. Why is it that this was not provided to the...
Okay, getting in some breaking news now. That the Kali filmmaker has been summoned. That's the breaking news update coming in. I have the full details of the court order here, a Delhi court, and the full details coming in. Leena Manimekalai has been summoned by the courts in the national capital. This is a case, Raj Gaurav versus Leena Manimekalai. The court is being conducted physically. I have the order with me. The court order is with me right now. The court order says that the hearing was conducted physically and virtually, and the fresh suit was received by way of assignment. And the court has observed that the plaintiff has filed the suit for permanent and mandatory injunction against the defendants. It has been stated by the plaintiff that the defendants in this particular case have depicted Goddess Kali in a very uncalled way in poster and promo video of their upcoming movie Kali. And the court has also said further the poster of the film depicts Hindu goddess Kali smoking cigarette, which not only hurts religious sentiments of common Hindu, but is also against basics of morality and decency. Further, the alleged poster was tweeted by the defendant number 1 from her Twitter handle. Plaintiff is seeking interim injunction to restrain the defendants temporarily from depicting Goddess Kali the way they have depicted in the poster and video in the tweet in question. The matter has been heard, and this is what the court has observed. The court has ordered that the relief of interim injunction is discretionary relief. Further, as held by the Supreme Court in a number of cases, the ex parte and interim injunction has to be granted in exceptional circumstances. Undersigned is of the opinion that the defendant needs to be heard. So they want to hear Leena Manimekalai before any order is given. Therefore, summons have been issued and notice of injunction application under Order 39, Rule 1 CPC. Essentially, Leena Manimekalai has been summoned by the Delhi court, and Republic has accessed the order. The court has said that the poster depicts Hindu goddess Kali smoking cigarette, which not only hurts religious sentiments of common Hindu but also against basics of morality and decency, asking for the filmmaker to be summoned, filmmaker to be heard. That's the breaking news update coming in. Leena Manimekalai, the filmmaker, the controversial filmmaker who went on a tirade against some Hindu gods, went on to tweet that controversial image of Goddess Kali smoking, depicting Goddess Kali smoking, and later also put out that controversial poster in the middle of your screen of how she went on to even insult Lord Shiva, Goddess Parvati, all of which was back to back a tirade on social media. Went on a tirade on social media and then called India, a land of, and she went on and on. I don't even want to repeat what she said, but she went on a tirade, not just mocking Hindu gods, but also insulting India, humiliating India. And she's now been summoned. Leena Manimekalai faced a lookout circular, and now has been summoned by a Delhi court. I think last we checked, she was in Canada. Last we checked, she was in Canada. That's the update. Shravan, just want to come in. Back to you for now.
But Niranjan, on the other side, we continue with our news and updates. The big breaking news also coming in. The charge sheet filed against Amnesty has now been accessed by Republic TV. More details coming up.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Prime Minister has posited a picture of Ma Kali, which is source of India's spiritual energy, which is a unifying factor.
माँ काली का यही चेतना बंगाल और पूरे भारत की आस्था में है। माँ काली का वो असीम आशीर्वाद हमेशा भारत के साथ।
Because of the government intervention in the space sector is very evident. They want to make a great reforms in space sector. So primarily the space agency has been the only ISRO so far. So they want a private entity to come in, not only to as a supplier of space items, but more into building rockets, satellites and applications on their own and own it and operate it. So for that the government is asking to prepare a policy which we have prepared. So a space policy 2022 is already prepared, in which we allow space private.
Top headlines at the Sava Republic. Shravan Sen brings mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now is Congress facing Uddhav campaign. Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa. The population bomb is ticking. UN report states India are likely to surpass China by next year and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes, targets PM. Delhi's 30,000 court summons Kali filmmaker Leena Manamikalai amid outrage over controversial poster. Another embarrassment. Big setback for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav's show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya. 4-month jail term aborted. Top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salem. Gangster can now be released after 2030. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Now, the big story at the Sava, UP CM Yogi Adityanath on Monday launched the Population Stability, Pankhwada in Lucknow on the occasion of World Population Day. He praised the steps taken by his government to reduce maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate and said there is a need to do better in this direction. This comes after research reports have cited that India's population count is likely to surpass China by 2023. And Niranjan gets us all the details on this big story. Niranjan.
We have breaking news now coming in. Asaduddin Owaisi has politicized, the population explosion, the population bomb. The tweet is right behind me on the Surface device. You can see the tweet. In fact, let me just switch to the other device. Let me switch to the second device here, where Asaduddin Owaisi says on Population Day, Sanghis will spend time spreading fake news. Truth is, India's youth and kids face a bleak future. Under Modi's rule, at least half of India's youth are unemployed. India is home to the largest number of malnourished children in the world. He also says India's fertility rate is below replacement level. There's no population explosion. The worry is to ensure a healthier and productive young population, on which Modi government has failed miserably. I think anybody would ask Mr. Owaisi, if we had to ask him a question, we would ask him a question saying, can you deny, if India is going to overtake China, is he saying there is no population explosion in India? And he calls it what he said, Sanghis are spreading fake news. I wonder if the United Nations is also a Sanghi agency. Abhishek is also live. He says Sanghis are spreading fake news. Abhishek,
Niranjan, the queue was
looking at his tweet.
Yes, Niranjan. So essentially, what we are seeing is people not realizing the scale of the problem that we face because of the population pressures. Remember, essentially, the most important development parameter is GDP per capita, and with the size of the population that we have, it is that parameter which becomes detrimental and presents a very different picture of India vis-a-vis what it should be, it could be. Remember also that while we are going ahead of China next year in terms of population size, the fact of the matter is China has land area which is almost 3 times the size of India. So that affects so many aspects of economic growth. So for example, the land area available to China per person is 3 times more than India for the same population, and that gives them the possibility of having more resources, more agricultural production, among other things, and that makes the standard of living of the people better. I don't know whether Asaduddin Owaisi understands these very basics of population correlation with the economic parameters. If he understood, perhaps he would not have made the kind of comment he has made, Niranjan. Population is not a communal issue. Population is an issue which deals with the entire national vision of the country as we move forward, how we are going to be 10 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, when in the 75th year of independence, if we have to chalk out a plan, how we would look at 100 years, population control has to be a very important and integral part of that plan. It's not that leaders of India have not thought about population control right from 1970s. Maybe some wrong policy decisions were taken, but there was this concern that population is a ticking bomb. While on the one hand, there is a demographic dividend available because of the younger population profile. The fact of the matter is we have those many mouths to feed, and that also means, Niranjan, that as we go forward, as the population ages, we would have more old age people to take care of. It's really important that a balance is found between the imperatives of growth and the impact that this size of population has on development parameters. Not just that, Niranjan, every population has anthropomorphic
Abhishek, breaking reactions, back-to-back breaking reactions. Abhishek, sorry to cut you short there. The Congress party responding, union ministers are responding, the UP chief minister is talking about it, the whole country talking about it. I don't think it's a matter of pride that we will be the most populated country, because it will be a crunch on India's resources, a calamity if anything at all. Here are the responses coming in.
This situation is not alarming because recent Zero Service and Ministry of Family and Welfare has carried out the survey that to maintain the population balance, one per woman prescribed a child is 2.1, and as far as Hindu population growth is concerned, it has come down below two children per woman, per person. That means that population is not going to a problem in this country. Is the resource management wastage. And as far as Muslim population is concerned, that is also within the limit prescribed. Because what happened is that WHO prescription or by other standard is that per person, per woman, prescribed limit of children is 2.1%. So 2.1% is not exceeding, and it's going to be stabilized also, because what happened, China is now giving incentives to have a children. There, what happened, they are now facing decline of the population, and India will also face declining problem after 15-20 years. This is not alarming. This is all propaganda of BJP and RSS that, of course, there is explosion of the population, but it's not there. Because recent survey, the two surveys have confirmed.
Well, as the population bomb story pans out and the Congress party says this is all BJP propaganda, let's listen to Union Minister Giriraj Singh. Perhaps he was speaking in his personal capacity, but Giriraj Singh making a very important point. Listen in.
देखिए, जो देश के हालात बनते जा रहे हैं, आज दुनिया की आधी आबादी चाइना और भारत के बीच में है। लेकिन आप चाइना को देखें, चाइना में मेरी जानकारी में 78 के इर्द गिर्द चाइना का जीडीपी कम था भारत के जीडीपी से, और चाइना ने 79 में वन चाइल्ड पॉलिसी लाया, और जो आज इतने साल में एक ऐसे व्यक्ति का रिपोर्ट मैं कह रहा हूं जिन्होंने ये कहा कि आज तक में लगभग 60 करोड़ आबादी को रोकने का काम किया वन चाइल्ड पॉलिसी के कारण। आज भारत को अगर आप तुलना करें, भारत में कुछ ऐसे जिले चिन्हित हैं जहां की एफटीआर बहुत बढ़ा हुआ है नेशनल एफटीआर से, और 1 मिनट में भारत और चाइना को दोनों की तुलना करें तो चाइना 1 मिनट में लगभग 10 बच्चे पैदा करते, और भारत 1 मिनट में 30 से ऊपर बच्चे पैदा करते। अब देखिए, हमारे पास पूरी दुनिया की आबादी तकनीकी दृष्टि से तो 18% है, लेकिन जो समीक्षा करने वाले लोग हैं, सामाजिक समीक्षक, उनके अनुसार 20% है पूरी दुनिया की आबादी का। हमारे पास जमीन केवल 2.5% है। अगर जमीन मेरे पास कम है, पानी प्रति वर्ष 3-3.5 मीटर के हिसाब से गिर रहा है, तो अगर पानी गिर रहा हो, पानी की जो अवेलेबिलिटी हो, वो जो स्रोत सूख रहा हो, तो भारत के विकास की चर्चा करने वाले लोग
Well, that was Union Minister Giriraj Singh making a very informed, educated and reasoned argument as to why India should control its population and the ticking population bomb. He gave facts and figures, for example, comparing China with India. 1978, China's GDP was lesser than India. Today, it is 5 times. And in good measure, it could be connected with the population policy, the one-child policy that China followed for almost 3 decades, beginning 1979. It's not coincidental that exactly a year after the time that India's and China's GDPs overlapped with China being behind.
Abhishek, well, yeah, we are getting a couple of reactions, Abhishek, coming in. Just right now, Abhishek, I'll come back to you, Abhishek, because right now we have the soundbite of Danish Azad, UP Minority Affairs Minister, is speaking to the public on a couple of issues, especially on this one, which is the biggest issues we have been talking about Republic TV. Let's listen in.
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे आज ये समय है कि हम सबको देश के विकास के बारे में सोचना चाहिए और सबको अपने एक सार्थक सहयोग देश के विकास के लिए करनी चाहिए। और जनसंख्या जो है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इशू है, और सही प्रोपोर्शन में जनसंख्या रहेगी तो निश्चित तौर पे जो सरकार समाज के उत्थान के लिए, आम जनमानस के उत्थान के लिए जो योजनाएं लाती है, उन योजनाओं का लाभ सबको मिलेगा, हमारा पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहेगा, बेहतर रहेगा। तो हम सबको ये समय है कि जनसंख्या के बारे में, पर्यावरण के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए, और हम सबको समान रूप से विकास के अवसर उपलब्ध हो, इन चीज़ों के लिए ये सब ज़रूरी है।
मंत्री ने ये भी कहा कि रिलीजियस डेमोग्राफी पर भी इसका असर पड़ता है, एक समय के बाद यहाँ अव्यवस्था और तरीके से जो व्यवस्था है वो ठीक नहीं रहती।
देखिए, हमारा मानना है कि हम सबको ग्राउंड लेवल पे विकास सही तरीके से पहुंचाना है, तो जनसंख्या एक अहम फैक्टर है। अगर व्यवस्थित जनसंख्या होगी तो व्यवस्थित विकास धरातल तक पहुंचाने में हमें आसानी होगी, और जो जीवन सुधार का जो लक्ष्य है सरकार का, हमारे उस लक्ष्य को हम आसानी से उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करेंगे। तो ये वाकई ये सही है कि हम सबको जनसंख्या के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए, और तमाम चीज़ें आप देखिए, चाहे रोज़गार हो, चाहे व्यापार हो, चाहे पर्यावरण हो, सब चीज़ का सीधा ताल्लुक जनसंख्या से है। तो इन चीज़ों पर विचार करना आवश्यक है।
Reactions, and Abhishek, I want to bring you in as well, so you can really make our viewers understand what is happening. Couple of reactions coming in. We are seeing the entire matter also being politicized. Abhishek, over to you. Couple of different reactions. One is OAC as well coming in. The Congress also wading into the issue. Take us through exactly how are you reading these developments?
Shivangi, you know, all these reactions can be divided into two camps. One is responsible, the other is irresponsible, in which I would include Asaduddin Owaisi and Udit Raj. Let's go to Shahzad Poonawala. He's joining us on the phone line on the story of population bomb. Shahzad Poonawala, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath made a very reasoned argument as to why India should be focusing on population control. Similarly, Giriraj Singh, Union Minister, saying that if we compare ourselves with China, the only difference because of which they are 5 times us in the GDP race is because they control their population. But Asaduddin Owaisi and Udit Raj say that this is BJP propaganda.
You know, Abhishek, these are the people who have even communalized and politicized COVID vaccine. They are the ones who communalize and politicize Supreme Court orders. They communalize and politicize actions of Indian armed forces. So, you know, nothing better can be expected. Population control is something that goes beyond religion. It is the need of the hour. And there is no communal angle or vote bank angle in this. But to play vote bank politics on this, and ironically, both the Congress and OAC, they once upon a time, they supported a government which had even done forcible sterilization. They were the ones who came up with Hum Do Hamare Do. They have put in many incentives, disincentives for population control in many states. They govern. तो आप करे तो चमत्कार और कोई और राष्ट्र हित में बोले तो होनेगा. This kind of vote bank politics is the lowest form of vote bank politics being done to incite one community so that they don't participate in population control.
Shahzad, then my question is, why does the government not bring a population control law?
You know, Abhishek, you are well versed with the fact that these are issues that states need to take a call upon. This is not an issue necessarily for the central government to react upon. And therefore, it is better that based on the local factors, local considerations, state policy is made on them. And therefore, that is being done by the state government. What is the harm in that? And I think that rather than communalize it, politicize it, I think it should be welcomed by one and all. But unfortunately, in this country, even Supreme Court orders are communalized. The Triple Talaq order, the hijab order was communalized, and this entire ecosystem, they always, for the sake of vote bank politics, do this. They try to incite one community on issues of Rashtrniti and Durajniti.
Take what? Right. Thank you so much, Shahzad Poonawala. Maybe the central government can bring in some model law, but as you rightly pointed out, and that's an issue on which any reasonable patriot would agree that population control is something which contributes to a wholesome growth of the country, development of the country, takes care of everyone in the society, makes growth and development inclusive, because resource allocation becomes better. We have seen it in the case of many societies, the starkest being China, about which even Union Minister Giriraj Singh mentioned. Also, the fact that population pressure creates its own dynamics which affect development, resource availability like water, even natural resources like water and air. There is a clear anthropomorphic pollution imprint of a great mass of population. If you control population, you can have lesser pollution and hence better health statistics of the society. All those things there in this population debate that we are going to bring to you all day, viewers, rest of the afternoon and evening. But at 5 p.m, a big story coming your way on the Central Vista and how it is progressing.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV. The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert.
The battle between two groups of OPS and EPS finally getting in favor EPS post the Madras High Court verdict.
The AIADMK's General Council has adopted about 16 resolutions. Now, one of them, of course, essentially drops the dual leadership of the party. Rather, it has in fact revived the General Secretary's post, and EPS has been appointed as the interim General Secretary of the AIADMK.
Well, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Now, following the cloudburst incident, Amarnath Yatra was temporarily suspended, and after 48 hours, the Yatra has now resumed. Here's more in our next report. Take a look.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV.
All right, the Samajwadi Party has now responded to the population explosion debate, saying that population is power and it is not always a bad thing. Now, we're getting multiple reactions coming in, viewers, and the latest is coming in from the Samajwadi Party, and it has responded to the population explosion debate. Let's listen in to what was said by the Samajwadi Party. All right, we will get back to that, but multiple reactions coming in right now. UP CM Yogi Adityanath has launched the Population Stability Pankhwada in Lucknow on the occasion of World Population Day. Now, this is a very big debate here on Republic TV, and we'll be, of course, going extensively into it later. But the big story right now is the multiple reactions which are coming in. We are seeing also the OAC and also the Congress politicize this issue. Let's listen in to what the Samajwadi Party has said.
ज्यादा जनसंख्या किसी भी देश के लिए एक समस्या होती है, लेकिन सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कैसे उस समस्या का समाधान हो, कैसे देश विकास के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे देश उन्नति के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे सबको रोजगार मिले, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। ये भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है जिससे सरकार नहीं भाग सकती। ज्यादा जनसंख्या
All right, viewers, so you just heard the reaction coming in, multiple reactions coming in on this big story. In fact, OAC is calling the report Sanghi as well, and multiple reactions coming in from different political parties as well. And remember, let's tell you the background of this. Now, India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a UN report released on the occasion of World Population Day. And this report, in fact, has listed a couple of figures as well. In fact, it said with the global population is growing at its slowest rate since World War II. It's projected to peak around 10.4 billion during the 2080s and to stay at that level till the year 2100. So we are getting this big news coming in, and the biggest takeaway for India is that India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country during 2023. And I want our viewers to also listen to the reactions coming in. Republic TV had spoken to Anurag Bhadoria, and now we also have a soundbite. Listen into what he had said about this developing story.
ज्यादा जनसंख्या किसी भी देश के लिए एक समस्या होती है, लेकिन सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कैसे उस समस्या का समाधान हो, कैसे देश विकास के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे देश उन्नति के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे सबको रोजगार मिले, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। ये भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है जिससे सरकार नहीं भाग सकती।
All right, so the SP there is saying that population is power. That's one reaction also coming in. Essentially, the opposition said they're politicizing the issue as this report has come in. Different reactions coming in. We also heard that Hindu Mahasabha Swami Chakrapani has batted for population control law as well. And we continue to be live and breaking. We have just broken that big story on Amnesty, but coming up next from the mega Amnesty exclusive to the mega politics on the population bomb, Republic TV will keep you ahead on the biggest stories. Don't go anywhere. Coming up, more exclusives. You do not want to miss them. Stay tuned.
The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines.
The battle between two groups of OPS and EPS finally getting in favor EPS post the Madras High Court verdict.
The AIADMK's General Council has adopted about 16 resolutions. Now, one of them, of course, essentially drops the dual leadership of the party. Rather, it has, in fact, revived the General Secretary's post, and EPS has been appointed as the interim General Secretary of the AIADMK.
Well, top headlines at the hour. Republic's Shravan Sen brings mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress facing Uddhav camp fate? Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? The population bomb is ticking. UN report states India likely to surpass China by next year, and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition politicizes, targets Prime Minister. Delhi's 30 Hazari court summons Kali filmmaker Leena Manimekalai amid outrage over controversial posters. Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav's show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded. Plus, top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. All right, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. We're getting some fresh updates right now, and we have a mega exclusive waiting for you, which is going to set the national news agenda. I want to go across to Abhishek, who will get us the details of this big story. Trust me, you do not want to miss this. Abhishek, take us through.
We get you this exclusive Republic TV Shravan Sen bringing you this mega exclusive story. And this is on Amnesty International. Like we carried out the charge sheet that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the Amnesty International case. I'll have to see whether Shravan is joining us live. These are exclusive details. Of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the Amnesty International case. Amnesty International, remember viewers, was fined to the tune of about 50 crore rupees and additional 10 crore rupees on Akar Patel, the then CEO of the self-proclaimed human rights body, which actually calls itself a profit-making firm and into commercial deals. In fact, in the charge sheet that has been accessed by Shravan Sen, it says that they are a for-profit company with focus on providing knowledge-based services. If you look at the brazenness with which they are calling human rights campaigning a commercial activity. It is, Shavan Sen is bringing you this mega exclusive story, setting the national news agenda of the day, and even as we wait to get him live, I'm reading from some parts of the charge sheet which clearly calls the bluff of these human rights campaigners because they themselves admit in the questioning done by Enforcement Directorate that they are carrying out a commercial activity, a for-profit commercial activity in which they have made money, and that human rights campaigning is commercial, and all this they did while trying to hoodwink the systems in place in India, Shivangi. Remember, they are not allowed to bring in this money without FCRA clearance. So what they did was they registered a company and got the money in the form of FDI, Foreign Direct Investment in Human Rights of India. That is what is coming out. And then they make two reports, one on Kashmir, the other on the Sikh riots. And those two reports are used by international anti-India elements to embrace the country at various international platforms. Now, this is what they call commercial human rights campaigning activity. We have RP Singh of the BJP with whom we spoke earlier. Let's listen to what he has to say as a BJP reaction.
By access to details as to how Amnesty had floated few shell companies which later went to few organizations which were banned to receive funds. How do you see it?
Well, earlier also they were routing the money which was supposed to be routed for NGO through a company, which they are not entitled to as per the law. Now they have formed another way to route the money through the shell company as exposed by your channel. Now the required authorities will take the action, but this exposes the sort of ecosystem being created by the foreign funding in the India.
So do you think it's high time that such organizations be banned?
That court has to see and then the government has to see into it, but yes, some sort of check need to be brought onto such organizations who want to defame country by foreign funding.
All right, that was RP Singh of the BJP National Secretary and spokesperson giving his first reaction and condemning these actions. But what is important is, viewers, that Amnesty International is being investigated for breach of law, for hoodwinking the Ministry of Home Affairs, for registering a company rather than registering a company rather than an NGO for a social cause, and for whatever money they have got from outside, they had to take an FCRA registration with the Ministry of Home Affairs, which they did not take because they wanted to avoid the legal scrutiny. They wanted to avoid the lens eye of our Home Ministry and the agencies, because if you take FCRA registration, then you are under the scanner of agencies for any hanky-panky, and they wanted to avoid that. Perhaps a case of mens rea, a guilty mind. Let's listen to what RP Singh had to say once again and then come back.
Access to details as to how Amnesty had floated few shell companies which later went to few organizations which were banned to receive funds. How do you see it?
Well, earlier also they were routing the money which was supposed to be routed for NGO through a company, which they are not entitled to as per the law. Now they have formed another way to route the money through the shell company as exposed by your channel. Now the required authorities will take the action, but this exposes the sort of ecosystem being created by the foreign funding in the India.
So do you think it's high time that such organizations be banned?
That court has to see and then the government has to see into it, but yes, some sort of check need to be brought onto such organizations who want to the famed country by foreign funding.
All right, this time is the state of Goa and the Congress party is not able to keep its flock together. Mallikarjun Kharge has reacted on the Goa Congress crisis, blaming the BJP, saying they, that is the BJP, have done it earlier in Karnataka, in Madhya Pradesh also, and are doing it now. Earlier also they toppled our government. Now they are trying to make a government stronger in Goa. They are taking more MLAs. They are doing this as they are short of MLAs for presidential polls. But the question is, why do Congress MLAs listen to the BJP? Let's see this report. That should be the first reaction of the Congress party. In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of opposition of the party in Delhi, making a charge against the BJP for fishing in troubled waters, for wanting to take their MLAs. But the point is, why MLAs in Karnataka, why MLAs in Madhya Pradesh belonging to the Congress party, are so amenable to listening to BJP leaders if they are being poached? Is there some problem with the Congress? Niranjan joins us from Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, Mallikarjun Kharge putting the onus and the blame entirely on the BJP, but what of the Congress MLAs who perhaps are very uncomfortable in their own party? Alright, line drop there with Niranjan. We'll try to patch him again. Pictures coming in of Goa, the developments we have seen over the last 24 hours in Goa, led by Michael Lobo. At least 6 Congress MLAs. In fact, Congress party had to hurriedly remove Michael Lobo from the position of leadership of the legislature party because, according to them, he was hobnobbing with the BJP. We have seen a recent change of government in Maharashtra because of discontent and dissatisfaction within a great number of Shiv Sena MLAs. Is the same dissatisfaction now plaguing the Congress party, Congress legislature party in Goa, because of which these developments are taking place? Let's go to Niranjan. He's connected now. Niranjan, Mallikarjun Kharge putting the onus entirely on the BJP, but should we believe that because the BJP is powerful, that's why the MLAs are going no problem in the Congress party within the Goa unit?
Well, it's a very bizarre situation, Abhishek. Let me tell you that as the Congress party takes preemptive measures and starts sacking its own leaders, the irony today is that these sacked leaders are claiming that they're well within the Congress party, saying they haven't really gone anywhere. So if they haven't really gone anywhere, so then where are they going? Where is the rebellion? And what is going on? Now, we were told that at least 9 MLAs, at least 9 of them, or up to 9, could be abandoning the Congress party. Now, they've taken action on a few, namely Digambar Kamath and Michael Lobo, literally the tallest leaders of the Congress party had in Goa. They've taken action against them. Sadly for them, or ironically, it's as funny as the situation sounds, they're not going anywhere. They say that we are very much in the Congress party. So, where are they going? And why did they act? Was it a preemptive measure that's backfired for the Congress party? And even before any defections have happened, they've already been blaming the BJP. But what is clear is that the Congress senses that it is going to lose its Goa unit, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. On that note, Niranjan, let's go to Savio Rodriguez. He belongs to the BJP in Goa and, of course, runs Goa Chronicle. Savio, give us both the political view representing the BJP and the journalistic view representing Goa Chronicle as to what's happening on the ground. I mean, the Congress party claims that the BJP is waylaying its MLAs.
Well, actually, both Niranjan and what you're really seeing is over the last couple of years, as far as politics and elections are concerned in Goa, some political leaders choose the Congress party in the hope of getting a large amount of the minority votes in Congress, particularly the Christian voter base. When they hope that Congress wins, and Congress doesn't end up winning because it does not have strong leadership in Goa, Some of these leaders then realized that, hey, I should join the BJP that is in the government. And that is what we saw in 2019 as well. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, for us as BJP, we're absolutely in no need of having any MLAs with us at this point of time. We are strong in government. We have our numbers. But today, if a Congress leader wants to consider joining the BJP, then it's up to the BJP senior leaders in Goa and the BJP senior leaders at the center to decide whether that Congress leader has value to add to the BJP. If not, I don't think the BJP would be working or talking with these MLAs. But what is very important to note is that Congress is actually very, very weak as far as leadership is concerned in Goa. But what they do have is a decent voter base. And that voter base is what keeps electing the Congress leaders, even though they don't have much, collective power to win elections as far as Goa is concerned. So today when a Michael Lobo, who was a BJP leader, moved to the Congress because he wanted to contest the election along with his wife, he's won the election and his wife has won the election. He would consider that, hey, listen, why can't I go back to the BJP? Because, the Congress is not going anywhere as far as Goa is concerned or the other parts of the country is concerned. So there's always that feeling, inside the Congress leader or political leader in Goa that should I stay with the Congress or not? So there's a lack of leadership.
Savio, point taken, but let's listen into what Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress party had to say. We have a soundbite now, then come back.
वो महाविकास आघाड़ी तो एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम पे हम एकजुट होकर सरकार चलाए और अच्छी चलाए, उसमें कोई बाधा नहीं थी। लेकिन बीजेपी के लोग उस आघाड़ी को तोड़ दी, क्योंकि ऐसा कोई घटना नहीं हुई वहाँ पर जो ये शिंदे ग्रुप टूटकर बाहर जाने का या डिवाइड होकर बाहर जाने का। लेकिन वो बीजेपी के एजेंडा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं ऐसा उन्होंने कहकर एक बहाना हो तो उसने वहाँ पर हमसे नाता तोड़ के गया, वो सरकार गिरी। ये सब साजिश जो है बीजेपी की है, मोदी सरकार की है, क्योंकि उसमें जितने भी लोग उधर गए हैं या बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार की है, उसमें से 14 लोगों के ऊपर ईडी और सीबीआई का केसेस है। तो डरा धमका के वो जोड़ रहे हैं। लोग वोट नहीं दिए ये सरकार को, लेकिन डरा धमका के आज डिवाइड करके हर जगह वही कर रहे हैं। जैसा गोवा में किए, अब फिर कर रहे हैं, पहले मणिपुर में भी किए, उत्तराखंड में भी किए, मध्य प्रदेश में किए, कर्नाटक में किए। तो हर जगह ये तोड़फोड़ का सरकार बना रहे हैं। तो ये अच्छा नहीं डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, इससे देश को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान आगे होने वाला है।
The Congress party making a direct charge at the BJP for horse trading with the Goa unit of the Congress party or the legislature party of the Congress in Goa. Niranjan has more on that. Let's go to Mumbai and to Niranjan. Niranjan.
Just want to get you some breaking news update that we had from Mumbai earlier today, where Uddhav Thackeray had called a similar, a meeting. Abhishek, look at the parallels this evening. You had what happened to Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra when a large chunk of his party left him and joined Shinde in joining hands with the BJP. A similar situation happening in Goa, or it appears to be taking shape in Goa, in Maharashtra. So the comparison is, in Maharashtra, I think we're getting in some reactions. Let's listen in. Some reactions coming in.
मेजॉरिटी को लेके वो लोग मर्ज करना चाहता था। तो आज कांग्रेस पार्टी में 11 लोग हैं,
तो वो लोग 8 लोगों को लेके 10 लोगों को लेके मर्ज करके ऑपोजिशन को स्पेस जो ऑपोजिशन का है वो ख़त्म करना चाहता था। लेकिन कल जो कांग्रेस के साथ में हमेशा रहे जो विधायक थे उन लोग ने ये होने को नहीं दिया है और सब लोग साथ में रह के ये कल का उन लोग का जो मर्जर था वो डिफ्यूज़ करके उड़ाया हम लोग। इसके बाद हमारा जो इंचार्ज है गोवा का दिनेश गुंडूराव जी आज हमारा AICC का जनरल सेक्रेटरी स्पेशल ऑब्जर्वर बन के गोवा आया है मुकुल वासनिक जी, तो वो भी आज आके इसका पूरा ये निकाल रहे हैं और अब अभी हमारा मीटिंग है उसके साथ और अभी उन लोग ने अभी नया CLP भी चूज़ करने के लिए हमारा मीटिंग हो रहा है नया लीडर को भी और जो हमारा पहले का लीडर था उसको कल पार्टी ने हटा दिया है। तो कहने का इतना ही है कि अब बाबा ये जो हमारा देश जो डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री जो हम लोग बोलते हैं और डेमोक्रेसी में अपोजिशन है ज़रूरी है। ये गोवा में ही नहीं पूरे देश में ये हो रहा है। आप लोग ने अभी रिसेंटली महाराष्ट्र में देखा क्या हुआ, उसके पहले कर्नाटका में देखा, राजस्थान में भी उन लोग ने प्रयत्न किया, सब जगह पे यही कर रहा है। वो लोग पूरा चाहते हैं कि अपोजिशन स्पेस को ख़त्म कर दे। सो इट इज़ अ मर्डर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी।
सर क्या आपको भी कुछ ऐसा ऑफर आया था क्या
ज्वाइन ऑफर आने से हम लोग तो आपको तो मालूम है इतने सालों से हम लोग कांग्रेस के लिए प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। इन लोग की नीति ऐसी है, ये लोग खुद सामने नहीं आते, दूसरों को सामने निकाल के जो वीक लोग मिलते हैं उन लोग को सामने निकाल के उन लोग के थ्रू से ये पूरा अरेंजमेंट करते हैं। तो इसी तरफ से उन लोग ने ये प्रयत्न किया था और उन लोग ने बाकी सब विधायकों को कांग्रेस को ग्रांटेड लिया था, जो इसके वजह से सब लोग जितने हम लोग विधायक है वो लोग सब लोग साथ में रह के इसको कल हम लोग डिफ्यूज करके उड़ा दिए।
क्या लगता है कि माइकल लोबो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन था उसको चेंज करने के लिए आपका कांग्रेस MLA डिमांड किया है?
नहीं, हम लोग ने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं डिमांड किया है कि लीडरशिप चेंज होने, क्योंकि देखो जब नया हमारा लास्ट टाइम से ये होने का था, इलेक्शन होने का था CLP के लिए, तभी हम लोग ने अथॉरिटी दिया था हमारे हाईकमांड को कि आप लोग किसी को भी इलेक्ट कर दो और वो हिसाब से माइकल लोबो का नाम आया था। हम लोग को सबको मंजूर था, तो उसके अंडर लीडरशिप के अंडर में हम लोग अभी 4 महीने से काम कर रहे थे, तो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, हम लोग को उससे कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं। लेकिन जो मूवमेंट हुआ जिसके वजह से कांग्रेस पार्टी को थोड़ा सा विश्वासघात जैसा फील हो गया, उसके वजह से पार्टी ने ये डिसीजन लेके उसको चेंज करने का फैसला लिया।
सर कभी क्या 2 इशू हो रहा है कि एक डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन का इशू हो रहा है, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि दिगंबर और माइकल अभी तक स्टिल हम लोग कांग्रेस मैन बोल रहे हैं?
नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स आई ऑल्सो फील प्रेजेंटली दे आर विथ अस, बट अटेम्प्ट वाज मेड और attempt was made, anti-party activity was been done by them, और वो भी हम लोग नहीं बोल रहे, पार्टी बोल रही। जब कल पार्टी का मीटिंग हो गया उसमें हम लोग भी विधायक थे, तभी उधर ये डिस्कशन आया कि बाबा पार्टी।
All right, Rashid Alvi of the Congress Party is joining us over the phone. Mr. Alvi, why are Congress legislators so susceptible, be it Karnataka or Madhya Pradesh and now the Goa legislature party of the Congress? Why is it so easy for the Congress MLAs to listen to the BJP? And more importantly, in Goa, the BJP is already in power. Why would they need your MLAs?
Actually, you should ask this question from Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister of the country. This is the culture of BJP. They have done it everywhere, whether it is Mizoram or Manipur, Goa, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. They use ED, they use CBI, they use money. Horse trading is there, so it is happening in Goa also. They want to destroy the democracy of this country. They are basically, they are against the constitution. They are not protecting constitution. They are destroying constitution. They are playing with the constitution and democracy of the country. Actually, truth is, they had no participation in freedom movement, so they do not know the real value of the freedom. So they are playing with the democracy. So now they are in power, they can do anything. So they are doing it in Goa also. At least I was expecting it. It will happen. It may happen in Jharkhand also. They may try in Rajasthan also. Nobody can stop them.
Sir, Mr. Alvi, but the moot point is, why are Congress legislators so susceptible to BJP when it comes to crossing over parties? And if you said freedom, why Congress MLAs want so much of freedom from their own party? I think that's something which we'll have to continue to discuss. Thank you so much for joining us. Crisis panning out in Goa Congress with the legislators led by Michael Lobo, who till yesterday was the leader of the Congress party, having been sacked now, in talks with the BJP to join in. Possibly 6 Congress MLAs could be crossing over to the BJP. The moot point is when the BJP is already in power, do they need those numbers? And if they don't need those numbers, are the Congress MLAs joining in of their own volition? Remember, some of them have been with the BJP earlier as well. Let's look at some stories coming from across the country in a top wrap. All right, top wrap a little later, but we have to take a short break. After that, we continue our coverage of the population bomb debate.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamantaire Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication with the NCP about this decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader OPS from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS has no right to show him the door and rather announce the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid a big round of applause from the General Council members at this meeting at a marriage hall, a special resolution was also moved to remove Paneerselvam and his supporters that was adopted unanimously. Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning.
EPS has been elected as the interim general secretary of the AIADMK. He then visited MGR and Jayalalitha's memorial to pay his tributes. Amid the EPS-OPS feud, AIADMK has changed the party's profile picture on Twitter. They passed a resolution today at the EPS-led General Council meeting to remove OPS from the party's primary membership as well. A sessions court in Uttar Pradesh has sent Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented through video conferencing before the court from Sitapur jail. Goa Congress has moved a petition seeking disqualification of 2 of its MLAs, Michael Lobo and Digambar Kamath, from the assembly over allegations that they were trying to engineer a defection from the opposition camp to the BJP. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has left for Gadchiroli to assess the flood situation after red alert was sounded in the district. Bhagwani Devi has created history at the World Masters Athletics Championship 2022 by winning the gold medal at 94 years of age. The Indian athlete won the gold in 100-meter sprint, even at which she ran in 24.74 seconds at Tampere, Finland. Besides the gold, she also won a bronze medal in shot put event as well. Following the cloudburst incident, Amarnath Yatra was temporarily suspended, and after 48 hours, it has now resumed. Here's more in our next report.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय ही नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमयी करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Alright, a short break, but on the other side, a UN report raises red flag on India's rising population, but opposition remains in denial.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning. Prime Minister also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of this new emblem. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kgs and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the center of the new Parliament. Top of the new Parliament, a supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kgs has also been constructed to support the national emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a report by the United Nations, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022 by the United Nations said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion on 15th of November 2022. The global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1%.
Top headlines right now. Republic's Shravan Sen brings mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress facing Uddhav camp fate? Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? The population bomb is ticking. UN report states India likely to surpass China by next year, and demand is growing for population control. PM Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition criticizes, targets Prime Minister. Delhi's 30,000 court summons Kali filmmaker Leena Manimekalai amid outrage over controversial posters. Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav show of strength meeting. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded. Plus, top court refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla, and the big story we are tracking today is the population bomb. Multiple reactions have come in after that UN report which said that India will overtake China population-wise in the year 2023. Now, UP CM Yogi Adityanath has also launched a population stability Pankhwada in Lucknow on the occasion of World Population Day. He has praised the steps taken by his government to reduce maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate and said there is a need to do better in this direction. But we're getting multiple reactions come in. We are seeing that OAC, we are seeing that the opposition politicize this report as well, and in fact the Vadra Congress calling it a BJP propaganda. Multiple reactions coming in. SP saying that population is power, it is not.
ये कौन से विकास की बात, किसी में हिम्मत है कि चर्चा करेगा विकास पे? टेट्रोलॉजी कर सकता है, विकास पर चर्चा नहीं कर सकते।
All right, that was Giriraj Singh also saying and that population, measure should be taken. Couple of the reactions coming in. Rakesh Sinha as well. Let's listen in.
ये भारत की जनसंख्या एक विस्फोटक स्थिति में पहुंच गई है। जिन लोगों में कोई जनसंख्या वृद्धि नहीं दिखाई पड़ रही है, वे सड़कों पे, पुलों पर, मालों में जाकर देख लें। और जनसंख्या नियंत्रण इतनी बढ़ रही है कि संसाधन और लोगों के बीच संतुलन बिगड़ रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लाल किले से आगाह किया था कि जनसंख्या को उसी अनुपात में बढ़ाएं जिस अनुपात में हमारे पास संसाधन है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब समय आ गया है जब जनसंख्या को स्थिर करने के लिए, जनसंख्या रोकने के लिए एक कानून बनाने की आवश्यकता है। अन्यथा समाज के भीतर भी जनसंख्या का जो सामाजिक का संतुलन है वह भी अनेक प्रकार की सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, राजनीतिक समस्याओं को जन्म दे रहा है। तो संसाधनों के साथ संतुलन और समाज के भीतर पैदा होने वाला संतुलन, दोनों को एड्रेस करते हुए जनसंख्या पर कानून बनाने की जरूरत है।
क्या योगी आदित्यनाथ का भी बयान आया कि अब जरूरत हो गया कानून बनाने का जनसंख्या, क्या लग रहा है सर उनका?
भारत की जनसंख्या उस स्थिति में पहुंच गई है जिस स्थिति में हम तमाम विकास के बावजूद लोगों को सम्मानित जीवन देने के लिए, न्यूनतम आवश्यकता पूर्ति करने के लिए कठोर परिश्रम करके भी हम असंतुष्ट रहते हैं। इसका कारण है कि एक तरफ विकास होती है, दूसरी तरफ जनसंख्या की वृद्धि होती है। जनसंख्या की वृद्धि एक संतुलित तरीके से होती है, नियोजित तरीके से होती है, तो वह जनसंख्या एसेट होता है। जब जनसंख्या अनियोजित तरीके से बढ़ती है, अनप्लान्ड वे में बढ़ती है, तो वह एक लायबिलिटी बन जाती है। आज हमें देखना है कि हमें एसेट चाहिए।
So reactions coming in galore. The RJD also reacting to this, viewers. We're getting many reactions. Now Tejasvi Yadav has also made a couple of points. He is saying unemployment is the cause of chaos. And let's listen in.
देखिए, ये धर्म के नाम पर राजनीति करने वाले जो जहर फैलाने का काम करते हैं, अब इन लोगों को सचेत होना पड़ेगा कि ध्यान जहां देना चाहिए वहां नहीं दे पा रहे। अब बेरोजगारी की ऐसी स्थिति बन रही है, महंगाई है, बेरोजगारी है, गरीबी है, लाचारी है, बीमारी है, अशिक्षा है। इस तरह का जो माहौल जो पैदा हो रहा है, जहाँ पलायन बढ़ता जा रहा है, वहाँ सचमुच अगर सरकार नहीं ध्यान देगी तो कंट्रोल करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। तो इसलिए जो रियल इश्यूज हैं, जो रियल मुद्दे हैं, सरकार को उस पर फोकस करना चाहिए। लोकतंत्र में इस विषय पे डिबेट करने की आवश्यकता है। कैसे, अगर सचमुच समस्या है तो इस समस्या का क्या निदान होना चाहिए। लेकिन सवाल तो ये पैदा होता है कि चाइना इतनी बड़ी आबादी के बाद भी बहुत चीज़ों में भारत से आगे क्यों है, इस पे क्यों नहीं चर्चा की जाती है। कहाँ चाइना, कहाँ भारत। चाइना का दूसरी तरफ हिम्मत भी देखिएगा, भारत में घुस गया और लोग यहाँ हाथ पे हाथ धरे बैठे।
And the Congress also had some bizarre explanations coming, viewers. Now, Udit Raj has said that the UN report is completely false. Listen in.
This situation is not alarming because recent Zero Service and Ministry of Family and Welfare has carried out the survey that to maintain the population balance, one per woman prescribed a child is 2.1, and as far as Hindu population growth is concerned, it has come down below two children per woman per person. That means that population is not going to a problem in this country. Is the resource management wastage. And as far as Muslim population is concerned, that is also within the limit prescribed. Because what happened is that WHO prescription or by other standard is that per person, per woman, prescribed limit of children is 2.1%. So 2.1% is not exceeding, and is going to be stabilized also, because what happened, China is now giving incentives to have a children. There, what happened, they are now facing decline of the population, and India will also face declining problem after 15-20 years. This is not alarming. This is all propaganda of BJP and RSS that of course there is explosion of the population, but it's not there, because recent survey, the two surveys have confirmed.
So we are seeing some bizarre spin there by the opposition. So multiple reactions coming in, viewers. And let's have a look at what Tarun Chugh had also said just a short while back.
ओवैसी साहब, ठीक है, आपका बिल्कुल सही कहना है कि स्पीकर हाउस का चेयरमैन होता है, लेकिन मत भूलिए प्रधानमंत्री हाउस का नेता होता है, लीडर ऑफ द हाउस। वो नेता है और जनता के वोट के कारण वो लोकसभा में चुन के आते हैं। उनका ये कहना, ओवैसी साहब का ये कहना अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, और मैं हैरान हूं, एडवोकेट हैं ओवैसी साहब और उनको ध्यान नहीं आ रहा है, इतनी देर से सदन में है, शायद दिल कहीं और लगा है। ये दिल इधर लाएंगे तो ध्यान आएगा कि प्रधानमंत्री देश की लोकसभा का नेता है।
हमेशा जब भी डेवलपमेंट के काम होते हैं तो इस तरह की बातें आती हैं, ना सिर्फ ओवैसी साहब इसमें बोल रहे हैं, कांग्रेस भी सामने आई, वो भी कहती है ये सब चीज़ें नहीं होनी चाहिए। क्या मानते हैं?
100 साल हो गए थे देश के पार्लियामेंट को, 100 से ज्यादा। आप 100 साल में देखिए तकनीक कैसे आगे बढ़ी है, दुनिया कैसे बदली है। आप पुराने इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को लेकर कब तक आगे बढ़ पाएंगे? देश को नीड थी और कई सालों से नीड्स के बारे में लिखा जा रहा था, लेकिन निर्णय कौन ले? आज डिसाइसिव डायनेमिक प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, जो निर्णय भी लेती है और राष्ट्र हित के निर्णयों को लागू भी करती है।
All right, so we are hearing a couple of reactions, and just let's tell our viewers that this is coming in after the UN report which said that the population of India will overtake China in the year 2023. We're also getting a reaction coming in from Danish Azad. The UP Minority Affairs Minister has spoken. Listen in.
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे आज ये समय है कि हम सबको देश के विकास के बारे में सोचना चाहिए और सबको अपने एक सार्थक सहयोग देश के विकास के लिए करनी चाहिए। और जनसंख्या जो है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इशू है, और सही प्रोपोर्शन में जनसंख्या रहेगी तो निश्चित तौर पे जो सरकार समाज के उत्थान के लिए, आम जनमानस के उत्थान के लिए जो योजनाएं लाती है, उन योजनाओं का लाभ सबको मिलेगा, हमारा पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहेगा, बेहतर रहेगा। तो हम सबको ये समय है कि जनसंख्या के बारे में, पर्यावरण के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए और हम सबको समान रूप से विकास के अवसर उपलब्ध हो। इन चीज़ों के लिए ये सब ज़रूरी है।
ये भी कहा कि जिस डेमोग्राफी पर इसका असर पड़ता है एक समय के बाद व्यवस्था और व्यवस्था है वो ठीक नहीं रहती।
देखिए, हमारा मानना है कि हम सबको ग्राउंड लेवल पे विकास सही तरीके से पहुंचाना है, तो जनसंख्या एक अहम फैक्टर है। अगर व्यवस्थित जनसंख्या होगी तो व्यवस्थित विकास धरातल तक पहुंचाने में हमें आसानी होगी, और जो जीवन सुधार का जो लक्ष्य है सरकार का, हमारे उस लक्ष्य को हम आसानी से उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करेंगे। तो ये वाकई ये सही है कि हम सबको जनसंख्या के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। और तमाम चीज़ें आप देखिए, चाहे रोज़गार हो, चाहे व्यापार हो, चाहे पर्यावरण हो, सब चीज़ का सीधा ताल्लुक जनसंख्या से है। तो इन चीज़ों पर विचार करना।
All right, so we are hearing a couple of reactions coming in on this big story, population bomb. That's a big story today. We have been tracking multiple reactions coming in, bizarre statements coming from the Congress as well, and even OAC, who has called the UN report Sanghi. Well, moving on to the other stories now, the SpaceX, in fact, has launched a latest batch of Starlink satellites from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, and here is the full report. Take a look.
And liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Starlink.
SpaceX continues its busy 2022 launch manifest. In a bid to boost space missions and programs, it launched the latest batch of 46 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. This was the sixth launch and landing for the Falcon 9 rocket. The first stage booster supporting the mission detached from the rocket and autonomously landed back on a drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. The booster has been used in launching 3 other Starlink missions and is hoped to be used for future launches too. The launch was the 50th dedicated Starlink launch and the 17th so far this year, as SpaceX continues to rapidly deploy its communications constellation.
All right, as you saw there briefly, as the smoke clears, there we see once again, Falcon 9 has landed, marking SpaceX's 55th first stage landing on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You.
Agency report for Republic TV.
Starlink mission and the 29th launch of the year.
Debating at 10 p.m. the mega exclusive on Amnesty investigation files unearthed by Republic TV. That's something you don't want to miss. And more mega exclusive stories coming your way only on Republic TV. Stay tuned. That's at 6 p.m. on This Is Exclusive.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
कोई भय नहीं, हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है, बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV. The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamantaire Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving him.
We continue to be live in Breaking on Republic TV. Now, after a long legal process, the fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya, who is currently in the UK after defrauding a consortium of bank of 9,000 crore rupees, is found guilty in a contempt charge. The Supreme Court today awarded 4-month jail term to Vijay Mallya. Here's the entire story.
Mr. Mallya, barrack number 12 jail conditions are ready according to Team India. Is that not fine according to the jail conditions? Mr. Mallya, is this are the questions bothering you?
You certainly are.
Mr. Mallya, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? Just answer one question, sir. The ED and the CBI charge sheet is very clear. I'm just asking you, why is it that the defense witness says that why approach the IDBI question? Why is there this trying to evasion of the questions that have been put by the CBI and the ED, sir?
The entire CBI contingent is here. Please ask them.
I've asked them. I'm now asking you, sir.
I'm not entitled to answer you. Simple. I've told you that before, but you keep persisting. I don't think this is good manners.
The Supreme Court today pronounced 4-month sentence to the liquor baron Vijay Mallya, accused in bank loan default case of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his Kingfisher Airlines in a contempt case. During the hearing, the Supreme Court said that he had never apologized before the court and that it is important to impose necessary punishment to uphold the majesty of law. The court further said that in default of payment, sentence to Mallya will be extended by 2 months. The Apex Court awarded Mallya 4 months jail term and a fine of 2,000 rupees as well. Mallya would have to return the millions of dollars in 4 weeks with an 8% interest, failing which the recovery officer and the Government of India can attach Mallya's properties. This comes after the consortium of banks led by the State Bank of India had moved the Supreme Court in 2017, claiming that the fugitive businessman was not following the court orders regarding repayment of loan. Mallya faces serious charges of fraud and money laundering of over 9,000 crore rupees pertaining to the amount borrowed by Kingfisher Airlines from 17 Indian banks. This comes as a big win for the consortium of banks led by SBI, which had sought the contempt action against Mallya. The banks had alleged that the fugitive had diverted millions to his son and daughters in contravention to the Karnataka High Court order. Mallya has been out on bail in the UK since his initial arrest in April 2017. In 2019, he became the first person to be declared a fugitive economic offender on a plea of the Enforcement Directorate. On April 20, 2020, the High Court of Justice of the UK dismissed his plea against his extradition to India. The Queen Division bench did not find merit in Mallya's appeal. The UK bench held that there is a prima facie case of misrepresentation, conspiracy and money laundering on part of Vijay Mallya. Thereafter, the UK High Court in May 2020 rejected Mallya's plea to move the UK Supreme Court. This is only more trouble for Vijay Mallya, against whom extradition proceedings are moving thick and fast and at an unstoppable pace in London. The clock now ticks for Vijay Mallya's return to India. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Much more coming up on the other side. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now, as Congress facing Uddhav camp fate. Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa?
The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief.
Some fresh inputs coming in, viewers. Shiv Sena MP Gajanan Kirtikar has urged Uddhav to back NDA candidate for president, saying that she is an NDA candidate, but Draupadi Murmu belongs to the tribal community and is a woman. We should give her our support. This was the demand by all the MPs of the party. Uddhav has been told that he will, he said he will tell everyone about his decision on this in a day or two. So this is big news coming in that they have asked, Shiv Sena MPs have asked Uddhav to back Murmu, and Uddhav has said that he will decide on this very soon. And now this is coming, viewers, on the back of that meeting which had taken place at his residence, where only 10 MPs out of 22 had turned up there. And of course, just a few hours ago in the morning, the Supreme Court has also listed the plea over disqualification of MLAs till a later date. So right now what we are learning is that Sena MPs who met Uddhav asked him to back the presidential candidate from the NDA, Draupadi Murmu. And what Uddhav has replied is that he will let everyone know about his decision on that in a day or two. Now, all the Shiv Sena MPs who met him have asked for this demand. It was led by Shiv Sena MP Gajanan Kirtikar, who had urged Uddhav to back NDA candidate for president, saying that she's a candidate from NDA, but she's also a woman and also from the tribal community.
Some sort of check need to be brought onto such organizations who want to defame country by foreign funding.
Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication with the NCP about this decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader OPS from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS has no right to show him the door and rather announce the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid a big round of applause from the General Council members at this meeting at a marriage hall, a special resolution was also moved to remove Paneerselvam and his supporters that was adopted unanimously. Prime Minister
Republic's mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files. The ED probe exposes the criminal conspiracy on part of Amnesty. Akar admits India received funds from UK entity. Kashmir 1984 riots. Women projects used for commercial intent. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress face of Uddhav camp fate? Is a Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? Accused by the Congress of hatching a conspiracy, sacked Congress leaders hit back, says shocked, stunned and hurt beyond words. Tonight's edition of This Is Exclusive comes with some sensational documents that have been accessed by Republic TV in the Amnesty investigation. Remember, Amnesty has essentially said that there is a political witch hunt that has been carried out against them. Not just that, they also say that the charges that have been leveled by the enforcement directorate are completely malicious in nature. Let's take a look at some of the documents that have been accessed to get a sense of whether at all they are malicious in nature, or for that matter, there is some truth behind the allegations that have been leveled. The Enforcement Directorate has now alleged that the London-based Amnesty International sent a huge amount of foreign contributions to its Indian entities in the guise of business activities to escape the FCRA scrutiny. ED has issued a FEMA penalty of more than 61 crore rupees against Amnesty India and its former head Akar Patel for allegedly contravening the Indian foreign exchange law. Now, reacting to it, Amnesty India International called the allegations completely baseless. Amnesty International India on Saturday rubbished the allegations on money laundering as patently untrue and said curbing its critics under the repressive laws has become a routine for the Indian government. So what's the truth really like? Tonight, we're getting you the entire files. These files that we have accessed, one is with regards to the attachment, the multiple properties that have been attached. Why exactly has the Enforcement Directorate attached the properties? That's because they believe that these properties are properties that were bought from the proceeds of crime. Multiple bank accounts in which the money has essentially come in. Let's just break it down, the brass tacks of this entire case. This is essentially to do with the FCRA violations. Remember back in 2011-2012 when Amnesty had actually received the FCRA permissions. Thereafter it was withdrawn because of adverse reports that were submitted by the Ministry of Home Affairs. So what did the Amnesty essentially do? According to the Enforcement Directorate, two new firms were actually floated. Let's take a look at it. I'll ask our producers to also cut across to the camera where I'm just putting out details of that very case, the files that we have now accessed, and we'll go point by point. 16 points that becomes extremely crucial. Now take a look at this. This is the first big point. They're saying that back in the year 2011-2012, Amnesty International India Foundation Trust has been granted permission under the FCRA for receiving foreign contributions to the tune of 1.69 crores from Amnesty International Limited. However, since permission registration has been denied to the said entity on the basis of adverse inputs received from the security agencies during the year 2011-2012, two firms, Amnesty International India Private Limited, Indians Amnesty International Trust, were formed in the year 2013-2014 and then 2012 and 2013 to escape the FCRA route and carried out the NGO activities in the guise of service, export and FDI. That's point number one. Let me try and explain this to you, viewers. What does this mean? If you do not have the permission, you are not entitled to receive foreign remittances. Now, what was happening is, in order to receive the funds, they had basically allegedly floated two such entities. These entities go by the name of AIIPL and IAIT, and they then started receiving the funds. The funds were coming in from one single source, and that source happens to be Amnesty's parent company based out of United Kingdom. So when asked, Akar Patel was exactly asked, who are your clients? His answer was very simple. I'll ask my camera person not to zoom in so much so that the viewers can also get a sense of it. That's point number one. Let's just zoom out a little bit, and let's move to the other points here. Take a look at this. So let's move to the other big point, whether they are an organization entitled for profitability. They say the company Amnesty International India Private Limited is registered under Code 85 of the Company Act, while the objective of the company is profitability. However, non-profit organizations are generally registered under Code 85, which the Enforcement Directorate says clearly shows that the objective of the company is not commensurate with the activities carried out. That's second point. Third, these two entities that were basically formed, two new entities that were actually formed, interestingly, the directors are common and the addresses are the same. As per the evidences that were collected, both AIIPL and IAIT were located in the same premises and are interrelated to each other in their function. They've also basically admitted to receiving about 14.25 crores, keeping 10 crores as of the FD of AIIPL as collateral. They say that it is clearly that both the entities have mostly common directors, trustees, common function and common source of funding from the Amnesty International UK. Take a look at this. It goes on. It goes on where they say they were misusing the funds that were received in the guise of FDI for other activities, that is via charity. Let's take a look at the contribution to fund such trust, which was nowhere connected to the activities for which the FDI had been received, and getting contribution from the overseas donor to expand its NGO activities under the mask of service consultancy. Not just FCRA violations, they were not entitled to receiving FDI, foreign direct investment, but they did so. Let me also bring in my colleague Abhishek, and also what I'll do is take you through all the list of work, the alleged work that was basically done by Amnesty. Now take a look at this. I'll just ask our producers while we bring in Abhishek, take a look at this document also. This document gives you a full list. Abhishek, I'm just coming to you in a short while right now. Abhishek, you can also take it forward. Take a look at this. We've got the entire list of the contracts that were signed, Abhishek, starting from 2012, and all of it is interestingly, and the amount of money, all of them goes to only one single client, and that client happens to be Amnesty International India Limited. And this is the entire list of contracts that were signed, and the contract that is signed between Amnesty affiliate here in India with United Kingdom. This is the entire list of the contracts that were actually filed. Let me bring in my colleague Abhishek, who will just break it down for our viewers to try and understand where lies the illegality here. Because many would raise this question that perhaps it once again coincides with the fact that this government has come to power and the fact that this is a political witch hunt. These are the claims that have been made by the Amnesty. Abhishek, just break it down for our viewers. Where lies the problem?
Well, Shravan, you have brought these documents out, but my understanding by going through them is that Amnesty International is clearly in breach of law. there are certain activities for which you need permission from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs or the Ministry of Commerce. There are other activities for which you need licenses from the Ministry of Finance, for example, or associate offices. And there are certain activities for which you need licenses from the Ministry of Home Affairs. It's like if you need a visa, you have to go to the Ministry of External Affairs. You can't go to the Ministry of Defense. Similarly, in this case, the kind of activities that Amnesty International was engaging in, indulging in, needed Ministry of Home Affairs license. To hoodwink that, they registered a company under some other law, brought in this money and carried out this activity of profiling human rights situation in Jharkhand, in Kashmir, in other areas, Northeast, studying AFSPA, calling it commercial activity for profit. Now imagine, at some level, here is an international organization wanting to be known wanting to be known around the world as a human rights champion, a self-proclaimed human rights watchdog, calling its activities for-profit commercial activities, making money. They are saying that for the last 4 years they have made a profit. And what activities they are doing? Campaigns for human rights, delivery of justice to victims of 1984 Sikh massacre, freedom of expression in Chhattisgarh. Freedom of expression in Chhattisgarh has become a commercial activity for Amnesty International. Whom are they fooling around with, Shravan? And I remember you did that story of Amnesty International's report on Kashmir, Amnesty International's report on the 1984 riots, and those being used by some international platforms, by forces inimical to India, to embarrass the country, to put India on the map at platforms like the United Nations, for example. So I think this is a diabolical plan, and this conspiracy goes beyond an Akar Patel, who is a motivated individual and became a handmaiden of anti-India forces in doing what he has done. Apart from Akar Patel, of course, there is a name, that the long list of names associated with this entire exercise, not just in AIIPL and the other company and the parent company in London, in UK, the Amnesty International, but there might be other people. You know, Amnesty International, like Amnesty International India, does not have funds of its own. They might be getting some money from somewhere else. So who is behind that money? That's going to unravel the larger conspiracy, Shravan. All these details that have come out, and the non-challenge. I mean, I was surprised when I was going through some pages that you have accessed. The non-challenge that has been showed by these office bearers of Amnesty International. For example, when they are asked what kind of activity is this, they are actually saying that there is a huge business potential for human rights profiteering in India, and that in future this industry would grow. I think they never thought that things would go this far. They never thought that they would get charge sheeted. They never thought that there would be money laundering proceedings against them. They never thought that other agencies, other law agencies like the CBI, like police, might get after them. So I think there was perhaps some kind of bravado when these answers were given. And now, of course, it's a matter of charge sheet. In fact, a Bengaluru court has already summoned these office bearers of the Amnesty. I don't know whether Akar Patel has also been called. It's likely he would have been called. And now it's a proper legal, judicial process which they have to face.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, there are some more points that are basically emerging right now. With regards to Akar Patel and the questioning that was actually done by the enforcement director, when they specifically asked them this question about how exactly is campaigning for human rights a commercial activity. The answer that came in from Akar Patel is, I would say, interesting at some levels, because I do not know what exactly was he really trying to tell the agencies here. And I would just like to take viewers through also, if you can also highlight those very points, Abhishek, because you've also gone through the details of the charge sheet, and it's interesting when you see that on the one hand you have had the previous dispensation, the UPA government actually coming up with an adverse report as far as the role of Amnesty is concerned, and based on which we are given to understand most of the work was essentially done. Now, what's very important to point out here is that there is a national security angle altogether also, Abhishek, because this is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. When the FCRA license was earlier cancelled during the year 2011-2012 by the Government of India due to adverse inputs received from intelligence agencies, the same activities are being run in the guise of commercial activities. This is highly suspicious when national interest is concerned, because it appears that the money was basically being routed from Amnesty International United Kingdom to Amnesty International India Private Limited in India to fund anti-national activities in the guise of export of services. Now, I'll just take one more quick question from you, Abhishek, and then perhaps also go across to our reporters on the ground to get a sense of the reactions that are basically coming in. Abhishek, and this is what the Enforcement Directorate has hinted, at least in the charge sheet, that they feel that this is highly suspicious when national interest is concerned.
Well, that's what I was saying, Shravan. There are certain activities for which you can do with a Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Commerce licenses, but certain sensitive activities which impinge upon national security, the entire fabric of the nation's safety and security, internal security, because of which the mandate is for a Ministry of Home Affairs license, because the agencies can then vet the mechanisms, the foreign channelization of foreign funds and everything. They clearly wanted to hoodwink this, and that's what makes this charge sheet and the activities of Amnesty International a case of mens rea, a guilty mind. They wanted to avoid scrutiny, and that's why I took that route to bypass the mechanisms of the Ministry of Home Affairs. And that's what I was saying, that from where these funds are coming, it's not just about the Amnesty International India unit. The Amnesty International London, the headquarters, the parent company, from where are they generating funds? Who's paying them to create a report on freedom of expression in Jharkhand, where missionaries are active? These are very important aspects which the courts would have to go into, which the agencies would have to go into. And it's not just about Enforcement Directorate. ED is just looking at channelization of funds. They will go to the root of it. But even other law enforcement agencies like the CBI, Shravan, can look into what was the objective, what was the agenda, who all were behind this, and based on that, everyone involved associated with this should get prosecuted.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek. I'll request you to stay on. Let's also quickly go across to my colleague Sagar Raj, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Sagar Raj, it does appear from the bank accounts which have been frozen by the Enforcement Directorate, the operations cease to exist. What is it that you're picking up? Has the Amnesty International reacted to it? Because so far it seems that there have been a series of tweets that they have put out. They are saying that these are all false allegations that have been leveled against them. If that's the case, what's the reality? We have put out the Enforcement Directorate's version here, the probe that has been carried out so far. What is it that that Amnesty really has to say right now, when it appears from the investigation that's been carried out, Sagaraj, they haven't been able to furnish several of the documents that were basically asked for? For instance, where are the documents in terms of the receipts, in terms of the contract agreements, and more importantly, what is extremely bizarre is that it turns out that most of it was for profitability. In fact, Abhishek, also I'll bring you in a short while from now. I've gone through the profit that Amnesty has actually made, and one will certainly turn their heads around if they really see the kind of profits that Amnesty has actually made, and surprisingly they've also declared that. So let's take a look at that income tax, the profits that they have made, Abhishek, in a short while from now. But let me get a quick word from Sagai also. Sagai, any response really coming in from Amnesty?
See, what we get to learn is the Amnesty office which they had here in Bengaluru in Indira Nagar is been shut down, and they are not operating here from Bengaluru. When we also try to check with the sources from Amnesty, they say that their bank accounts are completely frozen and they don't have money to pay the rent, and that is the reason they are not functioning in Bengaluru. And what we also get to learn is, as you rightly pointed out, that they have not produced any documents. When the enforcement department had questioned them, they have allegedly said that it was running under the laws, and they have not shown the mode of operandi from where they got the funds. Now, as we got access to this charge sheet, this clearly exposes the duplicity of the Amnesty, where we have exposed Amnesty that they have formed shell companies and got money through those companies, and the organizations are banned completely by Indian government to receive any kind of funds. And definitely we need to wait and watch what Amnesty have to reply on all this charge sheet which has been filed by Enforcement Department.
Sagaraj and Abhishek, I'll request you all to stay on. Nalin Kohli of the BJP is joining us live on This Is Exclusive. Mr. Kohli, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. We are getting exclusive details of the investigation that's been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Surprisingly, Mr. Kohli, Amnesty says that campaigning for human rights is a commercial act. Now, that's an admission that has been made by none other than Akar Patel. I'm told that we've lost the audio line. We'll try and go back to Mr. Kohli in a short while from now, just to get a sense what's the response that he would essentially have, because it turns out that Akar Patel and Amnesty has essentially said that it's the BJP which is essentially responsible. Mr. Kohli, if you can hear me, Akar Patel has essentially told the Enforcement Directorate, and in fact documents I'm holding right now, we've accessed the entire files, the investigation that's been carried out so far. Sensational details that are emerging. One, they say campaigning for human rights is a commercial act. Second, they come up with two entities soon after the FCRA was cancelled, the permissions that were cancelled, they come up with two more entities. They receive funding from Amnesty. All this while, they were saying that this is a political witch hunt. But what turns out is that the FCRA permission was not granted when BJP was not even in power.
Now, what your channel has revealed and the kind of details that you have been able to access as a media house, they are shocking, and they raise several very serious questions, both in terms of fact as also in law. I would say that the first point is, if an organization is questioned or has activities that are questionable under the FCRA Act, and their permission is denied, how can they circumvent the route of rule of law, which is of the Government of India or the concerned act, and then create entities to subvert this and collect funds in an illegal manner? And to collect these funds in these new entities, they are in effect fraudulently showing activities that did not take place. As seems to have been reported in the media, they were doing service export or something like that, which is a lie. So now there is one, if I may use the word, a criminal intent to subvert the rule of law and the act. And then there is falsehood in the activities that take place in the subsequent companies to collect funds there. The third part is, this is all in the names of purportedly human rights or talking about causes that would be of interest to society in general. Now, if it is done with this kind of intent, then it raises question that what was the real intent behind Mr. Patel and his organization? Was it just a political front collecting foreign funds for destabilizing, say, the polity here, for trying to create unrest in society? Was it trying to create falsehood and spread misinformation? I don't know. The investigative agencies, I'm sure, will look at it. The next question comes, if they are using the name of something like, say, Amnesty International, and these activities now coming on record, then what does Amnesty International have to say? Does Amnesty International believe that their affiliates or those who use their names, etc., are entitled to do these kind of things and break the rule of law, circumvent an act, go ahead and make fraudulent claims and lie in collecting funds from foreign entities? These are very, very significant issues, and I'm sure that if Mr. Patel, whatever defense he wants to take, he's entitled. But certainly if the ED has come out with this damning, and I'm sure a court of law will certainly be looking at it very seriously.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kohli, for joining us on this broadcast. A quick question also to Abhishek. Abhishek, I just before we went to Mr. Nalin Kohli, there was a point that I was making with regards to the profit that they have made, and there is an admission. Let's just quickly go through that document right now, Abhishek. I've just got through that particular page in which, Mr. Kohli, if you're there also, you could also hear this out. Now, I'll ask my camera person to just quickly zoom in. He was asked about the business activities of AIIPL. Akar Patel stated that they are providers of service to one client at the moment, that is Amnesty International Limited, United Kingdom. Services provided, research and awareness campaign. AIIPL has made a profit. Let's talk about this. This is what, Abhishek, this is what they say. Profit of 7 lakh rupees during 2013 and 2014. 55 lakh rupees during the year 2014 and 2015. 75 lakh rupees during the year 2015-2016, 76 lakh rupees during the year 2016 and 17, and 31 lakh rupees during the year 2017 and 2018. Abhishek, am I missing out something? We are talking about a so-called NGO which wants to carry out campaigns with the aim, as they call it, to spread awareness, and this is the profit that they are actually making. So it's quite clear that most of it is with the aim of a commercial. Most of it had a commercial intent.
I mean, it's damning, Shravan. It's damning, Shravan, that, shaming Mother India is a profit-making exercise, is a profiteering exercise. You are compromising the security of India. You are compromising the dignity of India at international platforms by this work, and you are hoodwinking the laws of the land. You are in breach of legal provisions, and the objective of human rights is also not served, because you are saying human rights campaigning is a profit-making exercise, that the future is bright. For whom are you batting? For whom are you working? Whose agenda you are serving? These are very important questions, and I think there should be a national debate as to whether the provisions that are put in place, even they are enough. Because remember, what's the objective of Amnesty International in looking at human rights in Jharkhand, of all places? Because, Shravan, remember, Jharkhand is a mineral-rich state. It provides natural resources which power India's march to progress. Were some powers outside India, some forces outside India, wanting to slow down our march to progress by creating a situation in Jharkhand, creating a report from Jharkhand which showed the human rights of Jharkhand in poor light, freedom of expression in poor light, I think this is diabolical, to say the least. And apart from prosecution, I think there should be a general review to see whether these kind of activities should be allowed in any manner apart from the Ministry of Home Affairs network framework. I think that's something which needs to be investigated, Shravan, and this charge sheet is damning. So far as the activities of Amnesty International is concerned, there should be some international repercussions also of this. We don't know how the agencies can work around it to bring to justice those people who might have had the larger agenda, while someone like an Akar Patel only acted as a front.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek, for putting this into perspective as we get you fresh details in the charge sheet that has been now filed by the Enforcement Director, and also the attachment of the movable properties of Amnesty. These details are only with Republic TV. Remains to be seen how exactly will Amnesty essentially respond. We've only seen some perfunctory tweets being put out. We're also getting in some more breaking news before we slip into a short break right now. CBI has now filed a charge sheet against certain Home Ministry officials who were under the scanner in the FCRA bribery case. Quite similar to what's being looked into by the Enforcement Director, but this is a mega crackdown on corruption, with the Central Bureau of Investigation now filing a charge. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we get you the other story on This Is Exclusive. It's embarrassment galore for Congress in Goa. It's MLAs Michael Lobo, Lobo, Digambar Kamath, Rajesh Faldesai, Kedar Naik went incommunicado, sparking rumours that they might join the Saffron Party.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning. Prime Minister also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of this new emblem. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kgs and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the center of the new Parliament. Top of the new Parliament, a supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kgs has also been constructed to support the national emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a report by the United Nations, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022 by the United Nations said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion on 15th of November 2022. The global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the CBI. The court also rejected the pleas by two accused in the case as well. This was by Sanjeev Palande and Kundan Shinde, who is Deshmukh's former personal assistant.
This deepens inside Goa Congress Party. In a late night development, Sonia Gandhi asked Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa. After Congress removed Michael Lobo from the post of Leader of Opposition in Assembly, now Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. In the resolution, it is said that a new Leader of Opposition will be appointed today and the Speaker will be informed before the Assembly proceedings. Reportedly, the resolution has been signed by only 5 Congress MLAs. Earlier, Goa Congress removed Michael Lobo as Leader of Opposition after the party accused former Chief Minister Digambar Kamath and Opposition Leader Michael Lobo of working with the BJP. Bureau Report for Republic TV. On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have
some sort of check need to be brought onto such organizations who want to defame country by foreign funding.
Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
The population bomb is ticking. UN report states India likely to surpass China by next year and demand is growing for population control. Massive debate at 10 p.m. Republic Shavan Sen brings mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files. The Prime Minister Modi unveils new Parliament emblem, a new emblem in the Parliament, but opposition politicizes targets Prime Minister. Congress in self-combustion mode in Goa now. Is Congress facing Uddhav camp fate? Is Maharashtra repeat next in Goa? Another embarrassment for Uddhav. Only 10 MPs attend Uddhav show of strength meeting in Mumbai. Delhi's Tis Hazari court summons Kali filmmaker Leena Manimekalai amid outrage over controversial posters. Supreme Court comes down heavily on Vijay Mallya, 4-month jail term awarded in a contempt case. The top court also refuses to allow plea of Abu Salim. Gangster can now be released after 2030 only. Well, after withering away in Maharashtra, the Congress now seems to be losing ground in Goa. Political corridors in Goa are abuzz with rumors of defections set to hit the Congress in the state. Meanwhile, sources tell us that turncoat Michael Lobo and Digambar Kamath are inside the assembly and are reportedly set to join the BJP. Congress has removed Lobo from the post of leader of opposition amid fear of more defections. The party continues to blame the BJP, calling it Operation Lotus in Goa. Let's listen into Mallikarjun Kharge, the national leader of opposition of the party in Delhi.
जो है बीजेपी की है, मोदी सरकार की है, क्योंकि उसमें जितने भी लोग उधर गए हैं या बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार की है, उसमें से 14 लोगों के ऊपर ईडी और सीबीआई का केसेस है। तो डरा धमका के वो जोड़ रहे हैं। लो कोर्ट नहीं दिए ये सरकार को, लेकिन डरा धमका के आज डिवाइड करके हर जगह वही कर रहे हैं। जैसा गोवा में किए, अब फिर कर रहे हैं, पहले मणिपुर में भी किए, उत्तराखंड में भी किए, मध्य प्रदेश में किए, कर्नाटक में किए। तो हर जगह ये तोड़फोड़ का सरकार बना रहे। तो ये अच्छा नहीं डेमोक्रेसी के लिए। इससे देश को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान आगे होने वाला है।
Offering 50 crores for each MLA. That means to say they are not believing in democracy.
So CTV has clearly said
Not only in Goa, everywhere they do Operation Kamala. They will offer money. They will purchase MLA.
They also said that in Karnataka also MLAs will join. Sir.
No, MLAs in Karnataka it is not possible.
If I wanted to go that time, I would have gone. Nobody can stop me. And if I wanted to go, I would have resigned and left and gone also. But still I remained. I led the party from the front. If you remember, for 22 election, I led the party from the front. All out I went. But then when the results came in, and when suddenly they changed me from the leader of opposition, that is why there was an anger in the workers. So I have told him, I don't know why he made such type of a statement that I am in Congress. You can see my performance.
I believe we have Niranjan joining us. We have Niranjan joining us from our Mumbai studios. Niranjan, any more updates on the situation on the... I beg your pardon, it's Xavier Rodriguez joining us over phone from Goa. He's BJP spokesperson for the state, as also runs Goa Chronicle. Savio, please tell us why you are poaching on Congress MLAs despite the fact that your government is safe and stable there. Why are you making life difficult for the Congress party?
Well, in all fairness, Abhishek, I don't think BJP requires to poach any MLAs from any political party in Goa, whether it's Congress, whether it's Aam Aadmi Party, or whether it's the other parties that are there. Today, if the Congress senior leaders like Michael Lobo and Digambar Kamath feel that being in the Congress is not something that they want to continue to do, and they want to indulge in a conversation with people at the BJP senior level, then that is a choice that they have, and it is up to the BJP senior level leaders, both at the state and at the headquarters, to decide whether they want to take the talks forward in any form which will be beneficial to the BJP party in Goa. So all this drama that Congress is doing, I think Congress needs to pay attention to its leadership crisis that they have in Goa. BJP does not need to poach any MLAs. We are already in power. We've got our numbers. We've got the support. We formed the government. The Congress during the election time thought that they could form the government. They did not. So the fact of the matter is, instead of crying wolf all the time, I think my serious advice, because I have some friends in the Congress in Goa and some in Delhi, is to tell them stop crying wolf and understand what your problem is. When senior leaders like Digambar Kamath and Michael Lobo the rumors start spreading that they are in talks with us, it clearly means that they're very unhappy with you all. So you have to learn to rein in your MLAs. If people are going to come to our doors and want to converse, we are a democratic setup. We will converse with people because we believe in conversing with people. That doesn't mean that they are joining us. And there is no indication from anybody at a senior party level or at a state level that any of the Congress MLAs is joining the BJP. But yes, there are people who would like to talk, and it's only courteous that we talk with them.
Right, Savio. Let's listen into Michael Lobo. He's the man at the center of all attention because the Congress believes he is hobnobbing with the BJP. Let's listen into what he has to say.
We are completely, I don't know what is the problem. Day before yesterday, in Fortune Hotel, we have addressed the press. All Congress MLAs were together. So we were also there, everything was over. Yesterday again in South Goa, we were all called, we went. Then again they are having another press conference. I don't know why we are trying to confuse the people. We are one on Congress ticket and we are with the Congress party. We are with the Congress party. We are with the Congress party. So the question only does not arise of having so many press conferences and so many CLP meetings. We had a CLP meeting the other day in Fortune Hotel. So after that there was a meeting, after that there was a press conference. So continuously, see, I had told Dinesh Gundu Rao that I am not interested to continue as leader of opposition because there are various issues raised on me by the government side, and I said it will be very difficult and embarrassing for others. So you choose for somebody else. So he was asking me, I said, our senior leader, Digambar ji Kamath is there. You can ask him or you can give it to anybody.
That was Michael Lobo. Very clear that he continues to be with the Congress party, and he said that he does not know from where these issues about him hobnobbing with the BJP are coming. It happens in Goa. Moving on, the United Nations report projects India to surpass China as the world's most populous country in 2023. That's next year. While the world population has been forecasted to reach 8 billion by mid-November of this year itself. What does it mean and what does it portend? Let's look at this report.
United Nations report projects India to surpass China, being the most populous country by 2023. Remember, this comes amid calls for population control in the country. India's population stands at 1.412 billion in 2022 compared to China's 1.426 billion. United Nations reports show India, which will surpass China as the world's most populous nations by 2023, to have a population of 1.668 billion in 2050, way ahead of China's 1.317 billion people by the middle of the century. This comes as a big blow to India's population control policy, as the country's birth rate is still higher than the death rate. Meanwhile, China and India accounted for the largest populations with more than 1.4 billion each in 2022. Besides this, the alarming report also projected world's population to reach a peak of around 10.4 billion people during 2080s. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, while addressing the report, said that this is a reminder of protecting our planet and a moment of self-reflection.
No country can solve these problems alone. We need more than ever multilateralism. But not any kind of multilateralism, because no organization can also solve the problems of this world alone. We need a networked multilateralism. And the partnership between the EU and the UN is a fundamental pillar of this networked multilateralism.
Reports also reflects that 10 countries experienced a net outflow of more than 1 million migrants between 2010 and 2021. In many of these countries, outflows were due to temporary labor movements such as Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Nepal and Sri Lanka. However, further reductions in mortality are projected to result in an average global longevity of 77 years in 2050. Yet in 2021, life expectancy of the least developed countries lagged 7 years behind the global average. Meanwhile, Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation projected that the global population will reach 8.8 billion in the coming decades. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath was the first to take a lead on population control in UP today. He said, UP has a large population, but we did a good job in COVID crisis. He also added that facilities provided to all maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate have improved. It is better than before, but needs to do better.
खास तौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश का जो लक्ष्य रहा है, वह मैटरनल एनीमिया में आज यह 51.1% से घटकर के 45.9% तक रह गया है.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A short break, but on the other side, Prime Minister Modi unveils new parliament emblem, but opposition parties politicize, target Prime Minister.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमयी करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau Report for Republic TV. The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Malia, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osman.
EPS has been elected as the interim general secretary of the AIADMK. He then visited MGR and Jayalalitha's memorial to pay his tributes. Amid the EPS feud in Chennai, AIADMK has changed the party's profile picture on Twitter. They passed a resolution today at the EPS-led General Council meeting to remove OPS from the party's primary membership as well. A sessions court in Uttar Pradesh has sent Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair to 14 days of judicial custody. He was presented through video conferencing before the court from Sitapur jail. We're going to take a short break, but on the other side, the population bomb is ticking. A UN report states India likely to surpass China by next year, and demand is growing for population control. Massive debate at 10 p.m. Also, Republic Shravan Sen brings a mega exclusive on the Amnesty investigation files.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamantaire Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication with the NCP about this decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader OPS from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS had...
After the internal turmoil of the AIADMK regarding the General Council meeting in the past few weeks, the Council passed 26 resolutions ending the dual leadership and demanding Bharat Ratna for Periyar, M.G. Ramchandran and late Chief Minister J.J. Lalta. Take a look at this report.
After much internal struggle within the AIADMK and Madras High Court's green signal to the General Council meeting, the Council today passed 16 resolutions. Among the key resolutions passed, the AIADMK demanded Bharat Ratna be awarded to late leaders Periyar, M.G. Ramachandran and late Jayalalitha. The party's General Council also passed a resolution to revive the powerful General Secretary post, which was once held by late Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha and was abolished after her death in 2016. Jayalalitha hemmed the party for decades and was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for more than 14 years, over 6 terms between 1991 and 2016. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All parties should have been invited. He has devalued all political party existence.
On the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication with the NCP about this decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader OPS from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS has no right to show him the door and rather announce the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid a big round of applause from the General Council members at this meeting at a marriage hall, a special resolution was also moved to remove Paneerselvam and his supporters that was adopted unanimously. Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning. Prime Minister also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of this new emblem. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of...
As the political crisis deepens inside Goa Congress Party, in a late-night development, Sonia Gandhi asked Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa. After Congress removed Michael Lobo from the post of Leader of Opposition in Assembly, Now, Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. In the resolution, it is said that a new leader of opposition will be appointed today and the Speaker will be informed before the Assembly proceedings. Reportedly, the resolution has been signed by only 5 Congress MLAs. Earlier, Goa Congress removed Michael Lobo as leader of opposition after the party accused former Chief Minister Digambar Kamath and opposition leader Michael Lobo of working with the BJP. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Well, this is all we had in 6:30 p.m. live and breaking for the biggest stories of the day. It's biggest story tonight with Niranjan in Mumbai studios.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. I request you to stay with us because one of the biggest stories tonight, if not the biggest, is how we are going to overtake China in terms of population, and that's not a feat we should be proud of. In fact, we should be worried about this population explosion. There is politics around it, ironically. Here are the headlines of the biggest story tonight. Population bomb. India is going to overtake China in 2023. It's a cause for alarm across India. Owaisi calling population explosion as fake news, calling it a Sanghi propaganda. Population bomb. The opposition parties are against regulation, many of them questioning, saying there's no real need for it, calling it once again a propaganda of the government. An amnesty has been exposed once again. Rights for profits scam now unraveling. It's explosive. ED report says Kashmir 1984 used to make millions by amnesty. Going on, the Congress is losing its Goa unit next. It's almost out of its hand. It's a mere formality now. Battle for Jayalalitha's legacy. But EPS sacked OPS, who many believed would be the one Jayalalitha would have chosen. EPS takes over the AIADMK dramatic scenes in Tamil Nadu. Central Vista or not, from opposing to sulking or not being invited by the government to unveil the emblem on the new Parliament building, that's a controversy that's evolving this evening. Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. India is projected to surpass China. We are projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year. That's in 2023, according to a report by the United Nations. It's a report by the United Nations which some in the opposition say is a Sanghi propaganda. They like the United Nations when the United Nations talks about issues that they like, but they don't like the United Nations when the United Nations says India is going to overtake China in terms of population in 2023. Now, the UN has said that China is going to be overtaken by India in terms of the world population, and that's the forecast, to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022, the report by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Welfare has said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion and India is going to be right on top of it. And the global population, it says, is growing at its lowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020. But it's a different story in India. And that's why there's a big debate in India. The BJP saying that political parties should rise above partisan politics to take the right steps on the issue of population growth, as everyone's future is linked to it. And after the United Nations report projected that India would be surpassing China to be the world's most populous country next year, the BJP has said the issue is not merely about a party, but of every citizen in India and getting enough resources. Now let's tell you what different political parties have been saying. For example, Asaduddin Owaisi reacted earlier today, calling it a Sanghi propaganda, saying Sanghis are spreading fake news. But the fact is, Abhishek is joining me live on the broadcast. Abhishek, it's the UN. It's the UN saying it. They like the UN when the UN speaks about issues that they like.
Absolutely, Niranjan. So if UNHCR says something, they would like it. But if it's Antonio Guterres talking about population bomb, they don't like it, because in their mind, again, there is a guilty mind, because they associate debate on population with some communal issue. Now, there are two aspects to this debate. One is, Niranjan, resource allocation, resource crunch, which happens because of high population pressure. Also, the anthropogenic, anthropomorphic imprint of a large population in terms of increased pollution, both of water, air, and other natural resources. Also, ultimately, more people means more mouths to feed, and that much pressure on your agricultural resources, and ultimately the overall development dynamics get affected. China, by controlling its population, has made dividends out of its development trajectory, essentially beginning almost with same level of GDP with India in late 1970s to a situation where they are 5 times our size, almost touching where the United States is. Also, remember, Niranjan, the global dynamics, when things are counted per capita, more people means that our bargaining chip goes down. So in that sense, it's really important that population is controlled. Now, where the problem arises is that within the overall trajectory of the population growth in the country, there are certain pockets, certain areas, certain communities where the fertility rates are still higher vis-a-vis the national average. And that's where the politics starts, and that's where these voices who are uncomfortable with this report come in, because they think that this is a communal outplay of a problem which even in their minds they understand to be true. I think Giriraj Singh or Yogi Adityanath, they have not mentioned about any community, they have not mentioned about any specific region where this problem is little accentuated because of higher fertility rates. But that's something we as a nation have to collectively come together and decide. It's not about one community here and one community there, and by communalizing or by looking at this problem from a community's prism, you are turning the population issue into a sort of a drag on the entire nation. Remember, China, when they were almost the same GDP as India, came out with a policy of one child, and since then the trajectory of growth and development in terms of GDP and GDP per capita has been absolutely different vis-a-vis India. So it's a choice that we as a nation and a society have to make, and irrespective of whether one community wants, the other does not want. And I think these activists, Niranjan, I would say, are overreading the minds of those who think might oppose this policy, because remember, the principle of lesser mouths to feed and hence better resources for the nation and society applies to the basic unit of society, which is family. So if families are better with less number of people, so would the society be, and vice versa. So I think the positing of the debate is wrong in the minds of those who are opposing this. I think they are not opposing Antonio Guterres or the United Nations. They are essentially opposing Yogi Adityanath and Giriraj Singh, but that's where the debate lies.
It's bizarre, the kind of comments that have been made today. Let's listen into some of the responses that are coming in. Abhishek, thank you for that. Here are some of the political responses coming in. Wonder what these same parties would have said if they were in power, if they were in the government, if they had to distribute food to people, and if they controlled resources. I wonder what they would have said about population regulation. Here are some of the responses coming in. The BJP feels it's time to regulate, and they have been speaking about it for some time now. Yogi Adityanath spoke earlier today, taking the lead on this issue. Here are some of those responses.
समस्या देखने को मिलती है कि किसी एक वर्ग विशेष में मातृ मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है, शिशु मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है। अगर दो बच्चों के बीच में अंतराल कम है, इसका मातृ मृत्यु दर पर भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर पर भी पड़ेगा और उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी पूरे समाज को।
ज्यादा जनसंख्या किसी भी देश के लिए एक समस्या होती है, लेकिन सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कैसे उस समस्या का समाधान हो, कैसे देश विकास के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे देश उन्नति के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे सबको रोजगार मिले, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। ये भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है जिससे सरकार नहीं भाग सकती।
लोकतंत्र में इस विषय पे डिबेट करने की आवश्यकता है। अगर सचमुच समस्या है तो इस समस्या का क्या निदान होना चाहिए।
Per person, per woman, prescribed limit of children is 2.1%. So 2.1% is not exceeding and is going to be stabilized.
इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया, इजराइल और दो तीन छोटे देशों को मिला लें, उससे ज्यादा प्रति वर्ष लगभग 2.5 करोड़ आबादी बढ़ रहा है। इन आबादी से संतुलन बिगड़ रहा है। आज देश के हालात ऐसे बिगड़ रहे हैं, यूनाइटेड नेशन ने भी कहा है कि भारत बीट कर जाएगा। भारत बीट कर जाएगा, ये अपने आप में केवल जनसंख्या की वृद्धि नहीं होगी, बल्कि भारत के संसाधन पर भार ज्यादा पड़ जाएगा। एक कानून कड़ा कानून नहीं बना, वैसा कड़ा कानून जो हिंदू पे, मुसलमान पे, सिख पे, ईसाई पर, जैन पर, बौद्ध पर, ये सबों पर समान कानून समान तरह से लागू हो। एक ऐसा कड़ा कानून, अगर जरूरत पड़े जो इस कानून को ना माने तो वोटिंग राइट को भी समाप्त कर देनी चाहिए।
Quick check of the top stories we've been tracking through the day here on Republic TV. The Supreme Court has awarded a 4-month sentence to fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contender in order to maintain majesty of the law. A bench headed by Justice UU Lalit also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya. Nothing for him, peanuts. Mallya is now accused in a bank loan default matter of over 9,000 crore involving his now defunct Kingfisher Airlines. Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising Chief Justice N.V. Ramana, Justices Krishna Murari and Hima Kohli took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that several pleas of the Uddhav faction were to be listed today, but it ain't happening for now. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray panicked and wrote to 15 Shiv Sena MLAs thanking them for their support during tough times without surrendering to the pressure of threat or offers, is what he claimed. He also called for a meeting with all Shiv Sena MPs at his residence Matoshri, where we are hearing just 10 showed up, or actually less than 10. It was just 9 MPs who showed up. 2 are believed to have been in Delhi. So he has 12 out of 22 left with him. MPs, that is. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying this was not a part of the common minimum program. This was decided by various people by sitting together. Pawar added the decision was made at the last minute. There was no communication with the NCP about the decision. Pawar seems to be giving the Hindutva benefit of doubt to Uddhav. Nobody is buying it. The AIADMK General Council meeting has expelled rival leader O. Paneerselvam from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS has no right to show him the door and rather announced the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid a big round of applause from the General Council members at its meeting at a marriage hall in Chennai, a special resolution was moved by senior leader of the AIADMK to remove O. Paneerselvam and his supporters, which was adopted. Five Congress MLAs, Goa Congress MLAs who went incommunicado a day before, that's on Sunday, attended the State Assembly proceedings. Today, claiming there was nothing wrong in the opposition party, that's Congress. On Sunday, out of the total 11 Congress MLAs in the state, 5 of them, Michael Lobo, Digambar Kamath, Kedar Nayak, Rajesh and Lobo, had gone incommunicado, is what a senior party leader had claimed. Supreme Court has said in its judgment that the centre was bound to honour the assurance and commitment given by it to the Portugal government for not putting in jail extradited gangster Abu Salem more than 25 years. The Supreme Court, however, in its verdict refused to allow the plea of Abu Salem, that is jail term and detention in Portugal he had already undergone, should also be considered as jail term, and thereby his 25 years jail term should be considered not from 2005. Effectively, he will be in jail at least till 2030. Prime Minister Modi unveiled the new national emblem cast on the roof of the new Parliament building this morning. He also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of the new Parliament. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kilograms and is 6.5 meters in height. It's been cast at the top of the central foyer of the new Parliament building. A supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kilograms has been constructed to support that emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to the UN report, which said that the world population is forecast to reach around 8 billion by mid-November 2022. Special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The court also rejected the pleas of 2 other accused in the case, Sanjeev Palande, that's Anil Deshmukh's former personal secretary, and also Kundan Shinde, Deshmukh's former personal assistant. All of them will stay in jail. For decades and decades, you've heard of groups called the likes of Amnesty, who claim they're advocacy groups, NGOs who fight for people, fight for the rights of people. And it now appears, following years of investigation by the Enforcement Directorate, that these groups actually made millions in the names of, in the guise of human rights, in the guise of fighting for people, fighting for causes, fighting for issues, being advocacy groups for different issues. It appears they've made millions out of it for years on end. And monies that poured in from different countries have been tracked by Shravan Sen. My colleague joining us on the broadcast has accessed the Amnesty files, completely exposing what kind of money came in. I mean, lakhs and lakhs, crores and crores of rupees. In some cases, for one project or one report, there is insane amounts of money, Shravan, over exceeding 1 crore rupees to make a report. They call it a project, but it appears that, and if they are saying, if some of them, as per this Enforcement Directorate report, by the way, are saying that there was a commercial intent, if they're admitting to commercial intent, then is it safe to say that Amnesty was essentially a profit-making machine which used causes to make profits in its balance sheets? Is that fair to say, Shravan?
You know, before I get into the details of the investigation that's been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, one point that you are making, Niranjan, with regards to whether at all they were making profits, yes, they were making profits, running into several lakhs. In fact, in this particular document, during the broadcast of This Is Exclusive, we had put out full details of, in fact, the profits that were made in each financial year. And it was anything between 7 to 10 lakh rupees. It has gone up way more than that. And the Income Tax Department was actually aware of what was actually happening with regards to the profits that were being made. Now, for all those who are basically asking, what's the crux of this entire investigation? It is very simple. Back in 2012, that is when the organization which is operating out of India, Amnesty's first organization, they were given the FCRA permission. Thereafter, the FCRA permission was withdrawn. This was by the Ministry of Home Affairs, simply on the grounds that there were adverse reports that have come in. And this essentially posed as a national security issue. Now, that's what the Enforcement Directorate has to say. And let's remind our viewers, we are talking about the year 2012. As opposed to what the Amnesty wants everyone to believe, that this is a political witch hunt. Remember, their FCRA permission was withdrawn back in 2012 And despite that, what actually happened was, in order to dodge that, bypass the FCRA norms, they came up with 2 more new entities. And these entities thereafter started doing business with the parent organization, that's Amnesty International United Kingdom. When office bearers of Amnesty were basically called in for questioning, and when they were asked who exactly are your clients, they said they have one single client, and that client goes by the name Amnesty International United Kingdom. Interestingly, all these entities are housed in one office. Directors are the same. The common funding, and what is it that they're utilizing it for? A commercial purpose, that is reports that were basically being prepared. You've already highlighted one with regards to Kashmir. A short while back we put out more details with regards to Jharkhand, with regards to Chhattisgarh, which they said freedom of expression in Chhattisgarh. There was a report that was basically being prepared. Police reforms within Maharashtra and Karnataka. These are campaigns that they say were being brought out by Amnesty in order to spread awareness. But the fact of the matter is, there is an admission that yes, this was also commercial in nature, and that is the reason why they were saying that they were getting foreign direct investment. FDI was also brought in. Now the fact of the matter is that as an NGO, you have no right to get in FDI, but they were actually getting it. Then you have the FCRA violation that was actually taking place, and then objective of this very organization does not match the very purpose for which they had basically floated their organization. Or net what appears that these are some very serious allegations that have been leveled against Amnesty. Remains to be seen how exactly would they respond, because so far these are perfunctory tweets that have been put out by Amnesty.
Thank you for that, Shravan. Shravan, right on top of that story, tracking every single update. The only channel, in fact, that's breaking this story consistently for the last 10 days with exclusive details. Shravan Sen, breaking that story once again. Quick check of the other top stories this evening on The Biggest Story Tonight. The other big headline today, EPS has been elected as the interim General Secretary of the AIADMK. Amid the EPS-OPS feud, AIADMK has changed the party's profile picture on Twitter. Meanwhile, OPS also landed up at his party office and protested there, sitting on the floor. Sessions Court in UP has now sent Alt News co-founder Mohammad Zubair to 14 days of judicial custody. He was presented through video conferencing before the court from the Sitapur jail. Goa Congress has moved a petition seeking disqualification of 2 of its MLAs, Michael Lobo, Digambar Kamath, from the assembly over allegations that they were trying to engineer a defection from the opposition camp to the BJP. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has left for Gadchiroli to assess the flood situation after a red alert was sounded in the district. Bhagwani Devi, at the age of 94, has created history at the World Masters Athletics Championship 2022 by winning gold. She's 94 years old. The Indian athlete won the gold in the 100-meter sprint event at which she ran in 24.74 seconds in Finland. And besides the gold, she also won a bronze medal in shot put as well. Telling you more about the jolt to Uddhav Thackeray, received a jolt in the Supreme Court, and he called for a meeting. Out of the 22 MPs of the Shiv Sena, only 9 were physically present. 2 of them were in Delhi and 1 was busy. So 12 are on paper with him. 10 more, it appears, from today are with the Shinde faction. 39 MLAs out of 55 with Shinde, 10 MPs out of 22 for now, could be more with Shinde. That's the story we're tracking closely on Republic TV. Also coming up on Republic TV, more trouble for Vijay Mallya. He's still hiding in the UK, waiting to be extradited to India, and he now faces more jail time in India. Telling you all about that.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning. Prime Minister also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of this new emblem. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kgs and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the center of the new Parliament. Top of the new Parliament, a supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kgs has also been constructed to support the national emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a report by the United Nations, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022 by the United Nations said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion. On 15th of November 2022, the global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the CBI. The court also rejected the pleas by two accused in the case as well. This was by Sanjeev Palande and Kundan Shinde, who is Deshmukh's former personal assistant.
This deepens inside Goa Congress Party. In a late night development, Sonia Gandhi asked Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa. After Congress removed Michael Lobo from the post of Leader of Opposition in Assembly, now Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. In the resolution, it is said that a new Leader of Opposition will be appointed today and the Speaker will be informed before the Assembly proceedings. Reportedly, the resolution has been signed by only 5 Congress MLAs. Earlier, Goa Congress removed Michael Lobo as Leader of Opposition after the party accused former Chief Minister Digambar Kamath and Opposition Leader Michael Lobo of working with the BJP. Bureau Report for Republic TV. On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय ही नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau Report for Republic TV. The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains.
After much internal struggle within the AIADMK and Madras High Court's green signal to the General Council meeting, the Council today passed 16 resolutions. Among the key resolutions passed, the AIADMK demanded Bharat Ratna be awarded to late leaders Periyar, M.G. Ramachandran and late Jayalalitha. The party's General Council also passed a resolution to revive the powerful General Secretary post, which was once held by late Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha and was abolished after her death in 2016. Jayalalitha hemmed the party for decades and was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for more than 14 years, over 6 terms between 1991 and 2016. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
ये अपने आप में केवल जनसंख्या की वृद्धि नहीं हो, बल्कि भारत के संसाधन पर भार ज्यादा पड़ जाएगा।
Watch The Burning Question tonight at 8 p.m.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमय करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report for Republic TV. The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication.
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. Joining me live right now is Shivangi, my colleague, with the 50 biggest headlines of the day. Shivangi, over to you.
Right, Niranjan, let's get started with Superfast 50, where we'll get you the top stories from across the world, India and sports as well. It's a mega Republic TV exclusive. Amnesty International has been exposed in ED files. In the charge sheet, it's clear that the NGO was granted permission under the FCRA for receiving foreign contributions, but the same was cancelled on the basis of adverse inputs received by security agencies. Thereafter, the NGO came up with a new method to receive money from abroad in the guise of export of services and foreign direct investment. Amnesty International India rubbished all the allegations of money laundering as patently untrue and said that the curbing its critics under repressive laws has become routine for the Indian government. Amid defections, buzz, Congress blamed Bharatiya Janata Party for the crisis in their Goa unit. Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge said that the Saffron Party is taking more MLAs as they're short of legislatures for the presidential polls.
एजेंडा के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं ऐसा उन्होंने कहकर एक बहाना हो तो उसने वहां पर हमसे नाता तोड़ के गया और सरकार गिरी। ये सब साजिश जो है बीजेपी की है, मोदी सरकार की है।
The Grand Old Party State President Amit Patkar has confirmed that he had moved applications for the disqualification of MLAs Michael Lobo and Digambar Kamat from the party.
जो हमारा कल CLP का जो मीटिंग हुआ उसका जो रेजोल्यूशन निकला दैट टू चेंज द CLP लीडर सो अभी आई हैव सबमिटेड द लेटर टू द ऑनरेबल स्पीकर to remove our earlier CLP leader, and our new CLP leader will be finalized by today, and we will submit the same.
BJP leader and former Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi took a drive at Congress for not being able to manage internal affairs of the party and then blaming others for it.
ये कमल के प्रभाव को धक्का देते देते खुद ये लोग धराशायी हो रहे हैं। अब आप कमल के प्रभाव को धक्का देते देते अगर खुद धाराशायी हो रहे हैं तो उसका इलाज तो हम लोग नहीं कर सकते। घर आपका अपने से नहीं समझ रहा है और दूसरों पे आरोप लगा रहे हैं, मोहल्ले में शोर मचा रहे हैं, बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ, ये होता नहीं है ना।
UN report of projects India to surpass China being the most populous country by 2023. India, which will surpass China as the world's most populous nation by 2023 to have a population of 1.668 billion in 2050, way ahead of China's 1.317 billion people by the middle of the century. On the occasion of World Population Day, Swami Chakrapani, National President, Akhil Bharat Hindu Mahasabha and Sant Mahasabha batted for the introduction of population bill.
से भारत के जनसंख्या बेतहाशा बढ़ रहा है। ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है क्योंकि भारत में एक सीमित संसाधन है और लेकिन जनसंख्या बिना रोक के बढ़े जा रही है। अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सर्वेक्षण जो आया है उसके अनुसार मात्र कुछ प्रतिशत चाइना से कम है।
Congress leader Udit Raj made a questionable statement alleging that the new UN report about population is false and this is all ruling party BJP's propaganda.
Now giving incentives to have a children. There, what happened? They are now facing decline of the population, and India will also face declining problem after 15-20 years. This is not alarming. This is all propaganda of BJP and RSS that of course there is explosion of the population, but it's not there.
PM Modi unveiled a new 6.5-meter long bronze national emblem cast on the roof of the new parliament building today morning. PM Modi also interacted with the workers involved in the work of the new parliament. Amid the controversy with the Kali poster, Delhi's Tees Hazare Court has issued summons to filmmaker Leena Manimekalai. The plea, which was filed by lawyer Raj Grover, stated that the Manimekalai has depicted Goddess Kali in a very uncalled for way in a poster and a promo video of the upcoming movie Kali. Following Madras High Court's verdict to reject AIA-DMK leader OPS plea, and EPS officially took over as AIA-DMK's interim General Secretary in the General Council meeting in Tamil Nadu. Minutes after EPS took over as AIA-DMK's interim General Secretary post, EPS said he was expelling OPS and another senior leader, KP Munuswamy, from the primary membership of the party. Following EPS's official takeover as AIA-DMK's interim General Secretary in the General Council meeting in Tamil Nadu, EPS in an address said that he is loyal to only one party, and that is AIA-DMK. He further said that OPS has not understood the sentiments of the party. The Madras High Court on Monday rejected a plea from AIADMK leader and former coordinator OPS to stay the conduct of the General Council meeting at the party at a marriage hall, making way for rival leader EPS's elevation as a possible single leader of the party. The verdict allowed the EPS faction to hold the GC meet. The top court awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contumer in order to maintain the majesty of law. The bench also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya. The Supreme Court asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former CM Uddhav Thackeray. The Supreme Court in its judgment said that the centre will honour the assurance and commitment given by Portugal government for not granting imprisonment to gangster Abu Salem for more than 25 years. The Supreme Court order would be said that Salem can now only be released from jail after 2030. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Contradicting the UN's population report, AIMIM Supremo Asauddin Owaisi on Monday claimed that there is no population explosion in India, stating that the Sanghis are spreading fake news. A Sessions Court in UP has sent Alt News co-founder Mohammed Zubair to 14-day judicial custody. He was presented through video conferencing before the court via video conferencing from the Sitapur jail. Alt News co-founder Zubair filed a bail application in Sessions Court. The Patiala House will now hear the bail application of Alt News co-founder Zubair. Zubair has been arrested by Delhi police in 2018 in connection with an alleged post over social media. In another setback for former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, sources said that only 10 out of the 18 parliamentarians attended the urgent meeting summoned by him to discuss the presidential election. Shiv Sena MLA Bharat Gogavale car met with an accident in Mumbai. Republic TV has learned that the accident took place between Ghatkopar and Mantralaya freeway and no injuries have been reported. Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde, Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis visited Gadchiroli district to take stock of the flood situation owing to heavy rainfall in the state. Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi will have to appear before the ED before July 21st in the National Herald case. STF Haryana has arrested 5 members associated with the Kala Jathedi and Lawrence Bishnoi. Now, STF SP Sumit Kumar said that 5 associates were handling finances, narcotics and liquor smuggling business. The Nationalist Congress Party has decided to give 27% seats to candidates from the other backward classes in the upcoming local body polls in Maharashtra. Elections to 92 Nagar Parishads and 4 Nagar Panchayats in Maharashtra will be held on August 18th. The Indian Met Department has predicted heavy to extremely heavy rain till July 12th across Maharashtra. The death toll since the onset of monsoon in the state has risen to 76, including 9 deaths in the past 24 hours. The deaths have been attributed to natural calamities such as lightning strike, floods, and structure collapse. The Ministry of Earth Sciences, Jitendra Singh from there has announced that 1 or 2 Indian origin astronauts will go to space. Jitendra Singh further said that at least 2 trials will be conducted by the end of this year. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met opposition MPs to discuss the Agnipath scheme for recruitment of cadres to the Indian Armed Forces. Since being announced by the centre, the Agnipath recruitment scheme faced massive protest from opposition parties. The Indian Met Department predicted moderate rainfall in the city and its suburbs over the next 24 hours with the possibility of heavy showers at isolated places. Valsad reeled under flood-like situation as many parts of the district inundated amid heavy rainfall on July 11th. Amid the floods-like situation, around 700 people were evacuated and taken to safe spots as the rescue operations continue. After remaining suspended for days due to a flash flood triggered by a cloudburst near the cave shrine, the Amarnath Yatra was resumed by the authorities today. The Indian Navy informed that the fourth phase of sea trials for the indigenous aircraft carrier has been successfully completed. During the exercise, integrated trials of major equipments and systems on board, including key aviation supplies, were undertaken with further enhancements in performance. Security forces killed 2 terrorists, including a top JEM commander in the Vandakpora area of Avintapora in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the Kashmir Zone Police informed that they recovered incriminating materials, arms and ammunition from there. As sudden hikes in fuel price continues to remain a matter of concern for people, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has urged states to focus on measures that would ease the issue of fuel prices among people. The race to replace Boris Johnson as Conservative Party leader and the next British Prime Minister widened further on Monday as Foreign Secretary Liz Truss became another high-profile contestant entering the fray to go head-to-head with British Indian former Minister Rishi Sunak. The spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs of India stated that today that India stands with the people of Sri Lanka as they seek to realize their aspirations for progress through democratic means, values and established institutions and constitutional framework. Sri Lanka was in a political vacuum for a second day, with the opposition leaders yet to agree on who should replace its roundly rejected leaders. The angry protesters remain in President Gotabaya Rajapaksa's residence, his seaside office and the Prime Minister's official home, which they stormed on 2 days back, demanding the 2 leaders step down. Minister of Urban Development and Housing, Prasanna Ranatunga, announced that the new president of Sri Lanka will be elected on July 20th. The minister said that the party leaders had decided to elect a new president if President Rajapaksa resigned on July 13th. SpaceX launched a latest batch of Starlink satellites from the Vandenberg Space Force base in California. The Falcon 9 rocket launched 46 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. People laid flowers and paid respects to former Japanese PM Shinzo Abe outside his political party's headquarters in Tokyo on Monday. Abe was assassinated after he was shot during a campaign speech in the western city of Nara and died of massive blood loss. Amid continuous attacks on Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, personnel of the National Guard of Ukraine were deployed on duty at positions on the outskirts. Dutch PM Mark Rutte has visited the war-torn town of Irpin outside Kyiv on Monday, saying he wants to see for himself the impact of the Russian invasion. He said he hoped to use his visit to explain to the Dutch why it was important to support the people of Ukraine. A major gas pipeline from Russia to Germany has shut down for annual maintenance. According to the Nord Stream 1 pipeline operator, Germany's main source of Russian gas is scheduled to be out of action until July 21st for routine work. Manchester United officially confirmed France midfielder Paul Pogba's return to Juventus from the club. The France midfielder's contract at Old Trafford has expired this month and he is set to rejoin the club, with which he won the title twice in his first spell. Wayne Rooney arrived in Dallas International Airport in the DC area as rumors of him becoming DC United's new head coach intensified. According to reports, Rooney and the DC have agreed on terms for a new deal. Bhagwani Devi of India created history at the World Masters Athletics Championship by winning the gold medal at 94 years of age. The Indian athlete won the gold in the 100-meter sprint event, at which she ran in 24.74 seconds in Finland. England are preparing for the second group match of Euro 2022 against Norway at the Farmer Stadium in Brighton on Monday. The both squads won their opening matches, although Norway sits on the top of Group A after their 4-1 victory over Northern Ireland. And Romeo Beckham scored his first goal of the season in Inter Miami's 3-1 win over Orlando City B. The 19-year-old son of David Beckham showed signs of his famous dad when he curled in a beautiful free kick in the 84th minute to give the visitors a lead.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The district of Valsad reels under floods post heavy rains. Houses are submerged. Roads are inundated. People forced to swim or wade through the deep water. Normal life completely thrown out of place, and this is the situation in Gujarat's Valsad. Water level of rivers continue to rise. Residents only hope to get some relief once the water recedes, and authorities remain on high alert. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4 months sentence to fugitive diamond heir Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed with the plea seeking disqualification of MLAs of Shiv Sena faction led by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. A bench comprising of Chief Justice N.V. Ramana and Justices Krishna Murari and Hema Kohli took over and took note of the submissions of senior advocates led by Kapil Sibal that the several pleas of Uddhav faction were to be listed for today. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has contradicted the Shiv Sena on Aurangabad and Osmanabad name change, saying that this was not part of the common minimum program which was decided by various people sitting together. The NCP chief added that this decision was made at the last minute and that there was no communication with the NCP about this decision. The AIADMK General Council meet on Monday expelled rival leader OPS from the party's primary membership and his post of treasurer, but the defiant leader said his rival EPS has no right to show him the door and rather announce the expulsion of the latter from the party. Amid a big round of applause from the General Council members at this meeting at a marriage hall, a special resolution was also moved to remove Paneerselvam and his supporters that was adopted unanimously. Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of New Parliament.
Well, we continue to get you the fastest updates, viewers. Now, after the internal turmoil of the AIADMK regarding the General Council meeting in the past few weeks, the Council passed 26 resolutions ending the dual leadership and demanding Bharat Ratna for Periyar, M.G. Ramachandran and late Chief Minister J. Jayalalitha. Here's the full story.
After much internal struggle within the AIADMK and Madras High Court's green signal to the General Council meeting, the Council today passed 16 resolutions. Among the key resolutions passed, the AIADMK demanded Bharat Ratna be awarded to late leaders Periyar, M.G. Ramachandran and late Jayalalitha. The party's General Council also passed a resolution to revive the powerful General Secretary post, which was once held by late Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Jayalalitha and was abolished after her death in 2016. Jayalalitha held the party for decades and was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for more than 14 years, over 6 terms between 1991 and 2016. Bureau Report, Republic TV. News in brief, the Supreme Court has awarded 4-month sentence to fugitive diamantaire Vijay Mallya in a contempt case, observing that it must impose adequate punishment upon the contempt in order to maintain the majesty of law. A bench headed by Justice also imposed a fine of 2,000 rupees on Mallya, who is accused in a bank loan fraud default matter of over 9,000 crore rupees involving his defunct Kingfisher Airlines. The Supreme Court has asked the newly elected Maharashtra Assembly Speaker not to proceed.
Viewers, watch this report. This is a heart-wrenching incident from Morena, Madhya Pradesh, showcased the limping humanity of a hospital. An 8-year-old boy was found sitting with the body of his 2-year-old brother on the streets while his father searched for an ambulance as hospital refused to provide one without any money. Here's more on that.
An 8-year-old boy was found sitting with the body of his 2-year-old brother in his arms. The father had gone to search for an ambulance for his son as the hospital management refused to provide one without money. They had come to the district hospital 2 days ago for treatment. His son came with his brother. But the hospital asked for money to arrange for an ambulance. The family couldn't pay for it and were forced to arrange for the ambulance on their own. The boy sat with the dead body of his brother covered in a white sheet on the streets as his father wandered about to look for an ambulance. They received help after the locals informed the police, who then sent them in a car to their village. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
ये अपने आप में केवल जनसंख्या की वृद्धि नहीं हो, बल्कि भारत के संसाधन पर भार ज्यादा पड़ जाएगा.
Watch the burning question tonight at 8 p.m.
Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building today morning. Prime Minister also interacted with the Shramjeevis involved in the work of this new emblem. The national emblem is made of bronze with a total weight of 9,500 kgs and is 6.5 meters in height. It has been cast at the top of the center of the new Parliament. Top of the new Parliament, a supporting structure of steel weighing around 6,500 kgs has also been constructed to support the national emblem. India is projected to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year, according to a report by the United Nations, which said that the world population is forecast to reach 8 billion by mid-November 2022. The World Population Prospects 2022 by the United Nations said that the global population is projected to reach 8 billion. On 15th of November 2022, the global population is growing at its slowest rate since 1950, having fallen under 1% in 2020. A special CBI court has rejected former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh's plea seeking default bail in a corruption case registered against him by the CBI. The court also rejected the pleas by two accused in the case as well. This was by Sanjeev Palande and Kundan Shinde, who is Deshmukh's former personal assistant.
Deepens inside Goa Congress Party. In a late night development, Sonia Gandhi asked Mukul Wasnik to rush to Goa. After Congress removed Michael Lobo from the post of Leader of Opposition in Assembly, now Goa Congress Legislative Party has passed a resolution to change its CLP leader. In the resolution, it is said that a new Leader of Opposition will be appointed today and the Speaker will be informed before the Assembly proceedings. Reportedly, the resolution has been signed by only 5 Congress MLAs. Earlier, Goa Congress removed Michael Lobo as Leader of Opposition after the party accused former Chief Minister Digambar Kamath and Opposition Leader Michael Lobo of working with the BJP. Bureau Report for Republic TV. On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
तो जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं। हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है। बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमयी करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे। हमें कोई भय नहीं है। बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है।
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau Report.
ये अपने आप में केवल जनसंख्या की वृद्धि नहीं हो, बल्कि भारत के संसाधन पर भार ज्यादा पड़ जाएगा.
Watch The Burning Question tonight at 8 p.m.
Burning Question, powered by Century Ply, GeoMart and Sharda University.
And let's begin with the headlines first. India bursting at the seams. Population control. The population bomb is ticking. India's population, which stands at 1.412 billion, will rise to 1.668 billion in 2050. United Nations report states that India likely to surpass China in terms of the RSC in population by next year itself. And viewers, as demand for population control grows, politics too seeps in the issue. Many parties question measures to control population. And contradicting the UN report, for a change, AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi says that there is no population explosion in India and that Sanghis are spreading fake news. Well, hello and welcome viewers. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you're watching The Burning Question. And if you just heard our headlines, you know that what's really burning. A very principally core issue. Principally core issue. When I say, viewers, and I repeat principally core, I literally mean it. And I give you an example. Suppose there are 3 families. Family 1, Family A, Family B, Family C. Family A, Family B, Family C. One has 1 child, the other one has 2,
and family C has 4. All three of these families have one earning member and the other one stays home to take care, which is very normal. Is it a PhD level question to ask that which family, if the earning level of family A, B and C is equal to amount X, which family will be most comfortably living and which family will be able to give their children, their next generation, a better upbringing? In every way. It's that principally core. But at the end of the day, when the United Nations gives a report that India is all set to surpass China next year, and no, ladies and gentlemen, it's nothing to be proud of. And as I just told, it's very principally core, which you are aware, the contrary. My problem is that politics seeps in here as well. And I'll tell you why. But first, according to the United Nations, India will surpass China's population next year. But I say the problem is here today. The problem was here 5 years, 10 years, 15 years prior even. In 1947, when India got independent, when we got independent, we were somewhere around 30, 32, 33 crores. Where do we stand today? More than 140 according to the live tracker. 140 crores. And some say, if you do that survey today, a nationwide survey, you would anyways cross China. Though there are no figures and facts to back that. The problem is that this is undoubtedly the biggest roadblock in making India or allowing India to become a superpower. So are we ourselves, it's us, are we as Indians ourselves stopping us or stopping our country to become the superpower that it can? It's as simple as that. You take a bread. You take one piece of bread. Into how many pieces can you divide it? India is 1. And even as we talk to you, the number is increasing. The number is increasing like tuck, 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 tuck. That's how the number is increasing in the grid. And that's the population index, by the way. But politics seeps in. And that's where I have a more principal issue. Why will the AIMIM chief, or for that matter, anyone else come in and say that when UP Chief Minister talks about it, he's talking about one particular religion, or he's deliberately doing it, that there is no population explosion. Asauddin Owaisi, last time I checked, sir, you are a barrister, bar at law. You know the facts, and still you do it. That's the topic of our debate on burning question. But first, this special report, viewers.
The time is ticking for India's population bomb. United Nations report has projected that India is going to surpass China as the world's most populous country next year. India's population stands at 1.412 billion in 2022 compared to China's 1.426 billion. This comes amid calls for population control in the country. But the opposition has gone into a spin over this as well, while some refuted the alarming report.
हमारे सामने समस्या देखने को मिलती है कि किसी एक वर्ग विशेष में मातृ मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है, शिशु मृत्यु दर भी ज्यादा है। अगर 2 बच्चों के बीच में अंतराल कम है, इसका अंदाजा मातृ मृत्यु दर पर भी और शिशु मृत्यु दर पर भी पड़ेगा, और उसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी पूरे समाज को।
ज्यादा जनसंख्या किसी भी देश के लिए एक समस्या होती है, लेकिन सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कैसे उस समस्या का समाधान हो, कैसे देश विकास के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे देश उन्नति के रास्ते पे जाए, कैसे सबको रोजगार मिले, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो। ये भी सरकार की जिम्मेदारी होती है, जिससे सरकार नहीं भाग सकती।
लोकतंत्र में इस विषय पर डिबेट करने की आवश्यकता है। अगर सचमुच समस्या है तो इस समस्या का क्या निदान होना चाहिए।
Per person, per woman, prescribed limit of children is 2.1%. So 2.1% is not exceeding and is going to be stabilized.
And as the bomb ticks, is it not the time to work on it rather than politicize the issue? Let's debate.
Udit? Udit. So those were the reactions coming in, but as I said, I have with me on this debate Manish Shukla, he's the UP spokesperson of the BJP, Lucknow se live hai mere saath. I have Binay Singh, political analyst and writer with me here in the Delhi studios. I have advocate Gaurav Goyal joining in from Chandigarh. Zeba Yasmeen, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, once again joining in from Lucknow. Zeba, thank you for joining in. Dr. Piyush Joshi joining in from Indore. And I have a senior Congress leader, Ratnakar Tripathi from Varanasi. If I can begin from you, with you, Zeba Yasmeen, and can I have Manish Shukla on the other side? Zeba Yasmeen and Manish Shukla. Zeba Yasmeen, how is this wrong? What is that Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has said that you are principally so opposed to? Is population explosion not a reality? Is this population bomb? It's no more ticking. It has already exploded, and that's the reality. So we need to control that, and we need to control that, or we can even control that together. Only and only if Zeba Yasmeen and Manish Shukla come together.
I'm very surprised to hear from you that opposition is against this. Who said that? Opposition isn't against anything which is for the benefit of the country. No, we are not opposing it. Any policy which is going to benefit. Yeah.
So will you say, Zeba Yasmeen, and I am questioning you just 10 seconds to your answer, because I just want a clear answer from you, ma'am. Can you tell me on record, Zeba Yasmeen, that today you, Zeba Yasmeen, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, is saying on behalf of your party that you are not going to oppose the population bill, the population control bill? Is that what you're saying, Zeba? That you are for it, that you support it, that you understand that how this population bomb is really preventing India itself to become that superpower which you and me want? Is that what you're saying, Zeba? Please carry on.
We are also as responsible as you are. So we would say that anything which is going to benefit our country, which is for the benefit of people, we are going to support it. But yes, I doubt the intentions of BJP, because they have brought this Jativad and everything on this population control policy also. So it would be better if they talk about everybody. If the policy would come, everybody is going to follow. It's not about any particular community, it's for all.
No, are you saying, Manish Shukla ji, Zeba Yasmeen is saying, and viewers, what Zeba Yasmeen is saying, that she is to support, Binay Singh, she is to support the population control bill if it comes for all. What are you talking about, Zeba? What are you thinking? Are you thinking that a bill will come for certain particular section of the society? It's going to come for everyone, for you, me, Manish, Binay Singh, Ratnakar Tripathi, Piyush Joshi, Gaurav Goyal, everyone, for every Indian. For every Indian. The law stands same. So what is this counter? What is this illogical counter which you're trying to give? But मैं मनीष जी आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि क्या कह दिया था बाबा ने ऐसा कि पूरा विपक्ष खड़ा हो गया? क्या पॉपुलेशन एक्सप्लोजन एक रियलिटी नहीं है, असलियत नहीं है, मनीष जी?
ऐश्वर्या जी, जिसको देश से प्यार है, ऐसा कोई भी व्यक्ति ये नहीं कह सकता कि जनसंख्या की बढ़ोतरी देश के लिए नुकसानदेह है। देश के जो प्राकृतिक संसाधन है, जो जमीन, जल, जंगल, जितने भी प्राकृतिक संसाधन है, वो 50 करोड़ की जनसंख्या को वहन कर सकते हैं। ऑलरेडी 140 करोड़ जनसंख्या हिंदुस्तान की हो चुकी है और उत्तर प्रदेश में 24 करोड़ जनता है। आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने दो बातें कही। एक तो उन्होंने कहा कि जनसंख्या पर नियंत्रण होना चाहिए, लेकिन जनसंख्या की दृष्टि से असंतुलन नहीं होना चाहिए, अर्थात कोई एक वर्ग या एक धर्म के लोग तो जनसंख्या का नियंत्रण करें,
नहीं होना चाहिए।
लेकिन कोई ऐसा वर्ग जो धर्म के आधार पर जनसंख्या का नियंत्रण न करे, इसके नाते से डेमोग्राफी का असंतुलन हो। और ऐश्वर्य जी, मुझे कहने में कतई संकोच नहीं है कि जनसंख्या का जो असंतुलन होता है, उसका जो नुकसान है, उसके ऐतिहासिक तथ्य मौजूद है। झारखंड की एक घटना भी परसों 2-3 दिन पहले आप लोगों ने दिखाई ही है कि जनसंख्या बढ़ी, छुट्टी रविवार की जगह शुक्रवार को होने लगी। तो जो और मुझे तो मतलब मैं आश्चर्यचकित हूँ कि समाजवादी पार्टी की प्रवक्ता कह रही है कि कानून सबके लिए आना चाहिए। अरे भैया, कानून तो सबके लिए ही आएगा, लेकिन
The Kanun comes for everyone. The law is same for all. Manish Shukla. These are just opening remarks. Vinay Singh and Ratnakar Tripathi, and then I'm coming to Gaurav Goyal and Piyush Joshi. Vinay Singh, I come to you for the opening remarks. Can you please tell me, Vinay Singh, that what's the real problem? What's the real problem, Vinay Singh? If you can identify that for us, because as far as I can understand, I did the same debate in Hindi, and everyone, whether it's the AIMIM, the SP, the BSP, the Muftis, the Sadgurus, everyone are coming together and saying that we stand for this bill. Even Zeba Yasmin cannot, because she cannot oppose. So she comes and says that if the law is going to be same for all, Aishwarya, we are going to support. The law is same for all as far as I know, as far as I remember. The law has to be same for all, Zeba. So please, Vinay Singh, what's the real problem? Why do they want to oppose Yogi whenever he speaks?
Aishwarya, I think that this is not a political issue. This is not political at all. And we should take off the political lens while debating this issue.
But this
is basically a science.
You cannot deny when Asauddin Owaisi comes in and he says that there is no political explosion. Vinay Singh, he's coming out and he's just not a leader who's just come up. He's a well-read guy. You can have a political discourse with him. You can have a different opinion, but he's a well-read guy. Bar at law, he reads, he understands everything. So when he says that there is no population explosion, Asauddin Owaisi, the politics comes in like how?
He is a well-read guy, but he has a certain kind of political hangover. So what I want to say that this is 100% pure scientific issue, and this should be discussed in the ambit of science. Suppose what happened in China. There were 3 policies, Aishwarya. Once there was one child, one family, one child policy, then they switched to 2, and then they switched to 2 plus more. 2 plus. So what the reason was? So when you look at the TFR, so when these laws were implemented, so the TFR will show you that why China was, forced to implement such laws. And India, I am telling you, in India, if you look at the, TFR ratios, so it has declined down the line. Like in 1950, if you compare India with Pakistan, just compare 2 countries. So in 1950, the Pakistan's TFR was 6.6. Matlab ki per family they were producing more than nearly 6.6 child. And India, that was 5.9. Today what the situation is, in India the TFR rate is 2.22 and in Pakistan the TFR rate is 3.45. So in Pakistan also the TFR,
it has drastically dropped down.
The rate, sorry, this is a matter of concern on the whole of this earth. That if you calculate the average TFR of the world, that it is reducing. And the situation is very pathetic in the cold countries in Russia. It is nearly 1.3, 1.4. But the population is declining like this. So the countries where the TFR is critical, they need to produce more child. And where the TFR is more, they need to take measures.
But it's completely opposite. Rather than I can have a separate scientific debate,
science.
And it sounds better, Vinay Singh. Science sounds better, but as soon as Ratnakar Tripathi comes in and he has a habit, he's a very, very smart politician. When he comes out, he finds a way and he says that, listen, Aishwarya, I'm just going to explain to you that how Yogi Adityanath, you can smirk, you can smile, Mr. Tripathi, but I know what you're going to say. That listen, Aishwarya Kapoor, you are unable to understand what Yogi Adityanath is really trying to say. And only I, Ratnakar Tripathi, sitting in Banaras, sitting in Varanasi, can sense it. So please, Ratnakar Tripathi, try to enlighten us and say, sir, why do you oppose Yogi Adityanath? Why do you oppose Yogi Adityanath on this?
No, why you are saying that?
Yogi, why?
Aishwarya ji, why are you saying that we are opposing? Why are you saying so? Have they proposed a bill? Have they tabled the bill? Have they drafted the bill? Let me tell you one thing very categorically. The one who is against the 2 children policy or the population control is the central government of India. On 11 December 2020, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare asked for dismissal of a writ petition by its own leader Ashwini Upadhyay, who asked to introduce the 2 children policy. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare gave in writing that it unequivocally is against the 2 children policy or to make it compulsory for the population control. They said that their policy is to allow the families to decide the size of their family. So the one who is against the population control is the
Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of Government
you
of
oppose
India.
Yogi and Modi.
you are
I know
trying to
Ratnakar
blame
Tripathi
us.
for the point
Let
of
them
it you
introduce
can.
the bill.
But I am
Let
asking
them-
you a core question. Gaurav Goyal, Piyush Joshi, I am coming. But 30 more seconds
My
to you,
God,
Ratnakar
Aishwarya
Tripathi.
ji,
I am
my
asking
God,
Ratnakar
Aishwarya ji,
Tripathi
they-
in person.
Please,
Ratnakar Tripathi, are you?
Let me speak
Ratnakar
first.
Tripathi, I
Let
know your
me
leadership
speak
don't
first.
listen to you.
I haven't
I know
concluded
Rahul
yet,
Gandhi
sir.
does not
I
listen to
haven't
you and that
concluded
frustration
yet,
seeps
sir.
into you, sir.
I
But I am
haven't
asking you,
concluded yet,
Ratnakar
sir.
Tripathi, in principle, in person,
Ministry
can you
of
tell me
Health and
today?
Family Welfare
There are crores of
gave an
people watching you
affidavit.
right now. As they were on our Hindi debate, I am asking you, Ratnakar Tripathi, can you tell me, don't you feel that this population bomb, it's not ticking anymore? It has already exploded and we need to counter it and counter it together. It's time, as I said, to come over the SP, BSP, BJP,
Yes,
Congress
yes,
syndrome.
yes.
The Hindu-Muslim,
Yes, sir.
Sikh Christian syndrome and come together and counter it.
Oh, yes. I am out of
So
the
say
syndrome.
na. So say so.
Sir, am
Then I
allowed
will
to
oppose
speak?
Modi, but
Am
still,
I allowed to
underhand I
speak?
will accept. I will oppose Yogi, but underhand I will accept. Say that, Ratnakar
Sir,
Tripathi, there is no shame
sir,
anymore.
am
I understand.
allowed to speak?
But say that. Gaurav Goyal.
Oh
No,
my
I'll
God.
come to you. Gaurav Goyal and Piyush Joshi. Gaurav Goyal and Dr. Piyush Joshi. Gaurav Goyal and Dr. Piyush
Sometime you
Joshi.
really
I will come to Dr. Piyush Joshi first, who is live from Indore, and then I'll go to Gaurav Goyal. I'll come to you, Ratnakar Tripathi. Your initial remarks are over. Thank you. Piyush Joshi. Piyush Joshi, why? Piyush Joshi first, please. Piyush Joshi first. Piyush Joshi, what's the point or what's the basis of your opposition? Gaurav, let's just listen in to Piyush Joshi first. Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Piyush.
Yeah.
Doctor.
First and foremost, when the law
Dr. Why?
comes, we'll have to decide upon its merits and demerits, and then it has to be debated in the parliament. And since I am not a member of parliament, so I cannot really comment upon whether, let's say, an imaginary law will be good or
No,
not.
but we the people of
What I'm
India
trying to say-
send those people into the
Yeah.
parliament so we can. No. We the
Yeah,
people of
yeah.
India,
So
sir. Dr.
I
Piyush, as
understand.
much as you,
Yeah,
as much
I
as me and Gaurav Goyal, we the people of India. And when I say me, I mean
agree
every
with you.
Indian. We send those,
They are our
our representatives to
yes.
parliament to
Yes,
discuss our
yes,
issues. So I am asking you, Dr. Piyush Joshi,
Yeah,
why are you
and just
so
let me
in principally
clarify.
against Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister? What wrong did he say?
No. The main thing is that if you look at the report of National Family Health Survey, the National Family Health Survey says that the total reproductive rate of India has declined to 2, which was 2.2 first of all. And if it has declined to 2, that means that we are matching the total reproductive rate. And if you are matching the total reproductive rate, that means that there is no population growth. So either that National Family Health Survey is wrong, or there is a population explosion.
So
first of
basically,
all,
you
where
are
is the
backing
census
Asauddin
report?
Owaisi. So,
No, I'm
so
not backing
basically,
Asauddin. Come on, give me a break.
how will you feel
I'm quoting.
if I just tell you, if I just give you some comparative study? How will you feel if I give you a figure that this was the figure, Dr. Piyush Joshi, as you are a doctor yourself and you will understand what I say, that this was this figure when we started the burning question, and this is the figure of our population, of India's population, when we end this debate. Do you understand, sir?
I'm just asking you.
When you talk about numbers, and that's where I even agree to disagree with you and Binay Singh both, that this is a science question, but there is also politics into it. We need to understand what did Yogi Adityanath said, Gaurav Goyal. You know, I understand. Listen, on facts, on numbers, if you'll find some study, if you'll find some rating and try to say, Manish ji, basically क्या कह रहे हैं कि देखो जी, एक रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें भारत का जो पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ रेट है वो 2 आ गया है, जो कि वर्ल्ड के बराबर है, which is equal to the world growth. ये ठीक, it's not okay. Boss, it's not okay. I don't trust United Nations report, and I'm being very clear about it. It's not on one issue, on any issue, but still I say there are certain parallel reports. Understand, Gaurav, there are certain parallel reports, Zeba, which you might be also aware of, Gaurav, which say that we have already surpassed China, but there are no government facts and figures to back it. Hence, I am not quoting. But what I'm saying is this, that we need to wake up like how? Open our eyes and see. No, come on, Dr. Piyush, you need to understand.
So
you want to oppose Yogi, you oppose. You want to oppose Modi, you oppose. But the fact is, don't oppose the right policies, don't oppose the right decisions. Gaurav Goyal, please carry on. Thank you.
The 3 principles of public
health
is every person in this nation knows that very soon we are going to cross the China in terms of population. There is no doubt about it. Even it is not
Zeba.
good for the women
Gaurav
health
and Zeba.
also. It is not good for the health of the nation also to have such a big population. So if some issues, the previous speaker has categorically said that there are certain issues we should not do politics. All the parties should come together regarding this population control bill. It's a demand. It's not only the demand. It's a life and death question. From where we will bring the food? Water is less. From where we will bring the water for our coming generations? It's the duty of every citizen. And even all the politicians that they should come
then why
together
will Asauddin Owaisi come and Zeba Yasmin, who's a national spokesperson? And if I'm wrong, please tell me, of the Samajwadi Party, who has Akhilesh Yadav as its national president, will back Asauddin Owaisi. Because you are somewhere or the other, Zeba Yasmin backing Asauddin Owaisi. Because Asauddin Owaisi today came and said that there is no population explosion. And that is exactly what you are saying. How many times you would want to deny it? But the fact is, Zeba Yasmin, that's exactly what you are doing.
So
you are twisting and turning, but saying the same thing, Zeba Yasmin.
Population explosion there.
Aishwarya,
At
please
his
give
own
me 2 minutes
consistency.
uninterrupted time, please. Yeah.
Zeba and Manish, Zeba and
Aishwarya-
Manish, Zeba and Manish, carry on, yeah, Zeba.
Yeah, Aishwarya, I just want to know why today you are so
Boliye, Zeba.
negative and being so difficult, as if only Modi ji, Yogi ji and Aishwarya are in favor of population policy and rest are against. Samajwadi Party is not against if Modi ji was wanting to control population. I'm saying, why are you being deaf? Why are you not listening? Opposition is always stands with whatever policy comes, it is for the betterment of the country. And one more thing, if you're saying we are against Modi ji, let me tell you, my dear friend, where were you since 2014?
Oh, you are not?
If population
you are not?
was
Manish ji,
such a
चलो
big
एक खुशखबरी मिल गई आपको. हमारी डिबेट से ज़ेबा यास्मीन कह रही है कि वो मोदी जी का विरोध नहीं करते हैं, तो कल को क्या पता अखिलेश यादव भी समर्थन कर दे. पर व्हाट आई मीन, मनीष जी, अपोजिशन करने के लिए अपोजिशन ठीक है, लेकिन वो हर चीज बोलेंगी, लेकिन ये नहीं बोलेंगी कि अगर बीजेपी पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल बिल लाती है तो द ऑपोजिशन विल बैक इट. आई एम वेटिंग. एक बार तो बोले ज़ेबा यास्मीन. Once Zeba should say that Akhilesh Yadav is going to back it. Manish.
मैं उनको समाजवादी पार्टी की प्रवक्ता को मैं याद दिलाऊं, अभी 2021 में जब एक ड्राफ्ट सबमिट हुआ था तो इनके पार्टी के सांसद शफीकुर रहमान बर्क एसटी हसन का बयान उठाकर देख लें कि उनका क्या व्यू था. और अखिलेश यादव से लेके पार्टी के किसी ने भी उस बयान को डिनाई नहीं किया था. मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि यूएन
वो भी अति वरिष्ठ है.
उसके बाद भी जनसंख्या नीति का इफ एंड बट लगाकर किसी तरीके से
That's the point, Zeba. Now it will be personal. Now it will be personal.
Please give me 1 minute and clear out this
तमाम समय में जो लोग चाइना से दे रहे हैं तो चाइना का क्षेत्रफल देख लें. चाइना का क्षेत्रफल इंडिया के क्षेत्रफल से कितना ज्यादा है. अगर उससे तुलनात्मक अध्ययन करेंगे तो नहीं करेंगे. देखिए, जिसको देश से प्यार है, जिसको देश का विकास चाहिए, तो चाहता है कि देश विश्व के सभी देशों से बराबर हो. वो कम से
It's the biggest roadblock. It's the biggest roadblock. Zeba, I'll come to you, but first I'm going to Binay, and then I'm giving you, Zeba, full 90 seconds. Yes, Binay. Manish Shukla, I understand your point. Binay, yeah.
How population control or less population, that is directly proportionate to the development of that country. Just give me 10 seconds. So the lowest fertility rate countries, list-wise, from top to bottom, I'm telling you.
Yeah, carry on.
Taiwan 1.07, then South Korea, Singapore, Macau, Hong Kong, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands. Okay, these are the countries with lowest fertility rate.
Lowest fertility.
And look at the development part. And the highest fertility rate, I am counting the countries from top to bottom. Niger, 6.74. Somalia, DR Congo, Mali, Angola, Burundi, Nigeria, Gambia. These are the
saying it's inversely proportional.
Yes.
You are saying it's inversely proportional.
No, you just compare Taiwan.
Inversely proportional. That is what you are saying.
You just compare Taiwan with Somalia. Taiwan has a fertility rate of 1.07 and Somalia is 6.74.
And I agree. Ratnakar Tripathi, your smokes will not work today, sir. I need a counter from you. I'll come, but after Zeba, please come and tell me. When your leader come out and says, you say it's his personal reaction, but you will not come on record today and say that Aishwarya Kapoor, I tell you on burning question today, that the Samajwadi Party will back this government if a population control bill comes. I am dying to hear that. Zeba, the viewers are so. The opposition, it's just not to say that the opposition will support every positive measure. You say it's positive, but then you still do not say that you will back it. Why don't you say that, Zeba?
Let me
say that you will back this.
Aishwarya Kapoor. Yes, Aishwarya Kapoor ji. If
carry on, fast.
Said something against population control, then it is Berg Saab personal statement. It is not party's official statement. And if BJP spokesperson is saying that MP's statement matters, then I'll show you the
Manish Shukla.
Sakshi Maharaj. Hindu औरतों को 5 बच्चे पैदा करने चाहिए. Who said this? This was said by Sakshi Maharaj, who's MP of
Equally wrong.
BJP.
Equally wrong.
Question him.
Equally wrong. 1 versus 1. Manish and Zeba.
So,
equally wrong.
Why are you saying that Samajwadi Party does not stand
equally wrong.
You are generalizing it, Zeba. This is a pure scientific debate. Don't leave the scientific,
Manish, बोलिए Manish, जवाब दे. 1 versus 1, Manish and Zeba.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में पीएम से लेकर सीएम तक का क्या स्टैंड है, लेकिन सफीकुर रहमान वर्ग कहते हैं कि अल्लाह जिसे पैदा करना है उसे कौन रोक सकता है, वो तो पैदा होगा ही, चाहे गरीब हो या अमीर, सभी को खाना।
ये समाजवादी पार्टी का ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं है सर। आप जागरूक व्यक्ति हैं, पार्टी को जो कहना होगा ऑफिशियली कहेगी। बट साहब अपने क्षेत्र के एमपी है, वो अपने क्षेत्र की बात करेंगे।
साक्षी महाराज के लिए जो इन्होंने कहा,
मनीष शुक्ला जवाब दे रहे हैं। मनीष इज आंसरिंग यू बैक.
कि जब जनसंख्या का असंतुलन होगा तो वो ठीक नहीं है. जनसंख्या का असंतुलन भी अराजकता पैदा करता है.
So what's wrong in that? Gaurav Goyal, what's wrong in that? Gaurav Goyal, what's wrong in that?
What do you mean by
Gaurav Goyal, what's wrong in that? Gaurav Goyal, please tell me. And raise your voice today, Gaurav. Your audio is a little low. Ratnakar Tripathi, don't smoke. Tell me what's wrong. In what Yogi Adityanath has said, Gaurav Goyal, carry on.
Gaurav Goyal, directly and indirectly.
Gaurav, carry on.
This lady is directly and indirectly sporting the norms that a population control bill shall never be introduced in any manner. This lady is sporting it directly and indirectly.
But she's not accepting it. That's the problem. Even you understand that. But she's not ready to understand what she's saying.
If it is not, she will never do it. She will never accept, because their politics rest upon this. I don't know how much time it takes for their party president Akhilesh Yadav to come to the public and say population control bill is the demand of the public.
Others also feel the same, Zeba.
Then we are sitting in the volcano, it will erupt.
Where the chief of
I don't know why.
the party opposed population control. Please show me it officially.
Sir, there is no chief.
So why are you opposing it today
then?
then?
Does not have any chief.
Did you have a communication with your leadership? Why are you opposing it? Or you just want to oppose Yogi?
You just have to say that we support the population control.
Can you just tell me Ratnakar Tripathi and Vinay Singh? Ratnakar Tripathi, Manish, I'm coming.
No, we are not putting your words. We are not putting your words. We are saying what is true.
Is this the fact that you don't know?
Support the population control.
With you I can understand Ratnakar Tripathi. With you I can understand that there is a real big hurdle to communicate with your top leadership, because in the Congress party that's a problem. That's what I am being told, that several leaders face this problem, that they are unable to talk to their leadership. But Zeba, hold on Gaurav. Ratnakar Tripathi, in your party this is a problem, that you are unable to talk to your top leadership to get a line. But Zeba, has this also trickled into the Samajwadi party? No. Then you should have spoken to your top leaders and say that, can we say this? Because you should have said this in your opening line, that we are for a population control bill. And you would have just put a finger on the lips on Manish, Vinay Singh and Gaurav Goyal's faces. But you did, Ratnakar Tripathi.
To speak, sir.
You might not have been able to speak to Rahul Gandhi or the other top leaders, sir. But you can please tell me.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, carry on, Ratnakar Tripathi, and then Vinay Singh, please.
We have proven our commitment. We have paid the price. We have proven our commitment.
What commitment?
In 1975, and we paid for that. We paid for that.
Forcible.
The vasectomy.
No, is he talking about the forcible?
Yeah, forcible khatna,
forcible language. I understand. Forcible contraception. Forcible. Listen, you don't do things. You don't listen. It is a democracy. Whichever party it may be, Manish ji,
in emergency that happened and it was criticized a lot.
My only problem is when Yogi Adityanath he doesn't say that it's my government. I will do what I want. I will do how I want. It's not that. Yogi Adityanath doesn't say, or at least I didn't. Yogi Adityanath say.
Allowing me to speak or not?
Ratnakar Tripathi, I have understood your thought process.
Allowing me to speak or not,
no,
sir?
I will give you a chance. But you begin starting. Sir,
you always
just did not
understand me, but you
name
don't allow me to
your
speak.
late leader.
What is this?
Okay, carry on, Mr. Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm just carrying on. I'm just asking you, you want people on the debate to take side on an hypothetical situation, on unexistent situation. But you are elated when somebody talks about Atikur Rahman. Oh, what a good point. But why don't you ask Government of India that why the Government of India is standing with OSC and opposing Adityanath? The population control comes in the purview of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And I told you before 19 months.
ये तो नया है.
Categorically.
No, it's a new one in the market. No, it's a new one in the market. ये तो आपने नया गिराया market. No, it's a new one. No, it's a new one. No, Ratnakar Tripathi.
The population control.
Point taken. It's a new counter which you have gotten. No, it's a new counter which you have gotten. Let's have facts backing it. No, it's a new one in the market, Ratnakar Tripathi. Now I have given you time, sir. Hold on. Now I have given you time, Ratnakar Tripathi. Hold on. Finish.
Aishwarya, I have a simple request, that while debating an issue like population control, we must not lose our scientific temper. The whole this one, different countries, they have different problems. Some countries are facing population explosion and some countries are facing population decline. So where there is population explosion, laws are being made. Where there is population decline, governments are giving incentives to increase the population. And
this is the reality. This is happening.
One very important thing, what Zeba is saying, she started this debate, that BJP is opposed to a certain community. That means you are accusing a certain community, a certain religion, that they are producing more children. This is not good. How can you accuse a particular community that they are producing more children? If BJP, they want everybody's name, and if you are telling them this is opposed to that community,
thank you very much.
That much you are saying that particular community is producing more children. No. And for everyone, if less children, if the law will come, it will be applicable to everybody, na? For everyone. Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, for everyone that will be there.
No, the question comes before the policy.
You already know, Jeba, you are self-convinced. And you said that, okay, this is a good thing, but we don't believe in Prime Minister Modi. So you don't have a problem with this law, but you have your basic problem with Prime Minister Modi. So you are self-convinced that whatever will come from Pradhan Mantri Modi's side, that is not okay. That is, you are not okay with that.
Which is betterment. But yes, if your conditions
so why you are so self-convinced?
How would you balance?
No, where are the conditions? A population control bill is need of the hour because India is facing a population explosion. Like the other countries where their population declines, incentives are given to couples to produce more children.
Manish.
2014. Why was
it is a perfect case of scientific temperament. Don't lose your scientific temper. Don't lose your scientific temper. This is a non-political issue, and this must be discussed in the scientific ambit.
I understand that you want to keep it, apolitical, or you want to keep the politics out of it. But I'm sorry to just tell you, writer Saab, that it is in it.
Let's talk science.
It is in it. Because it is not only Asauddin Owaisi, I have half a dozen political parties.
I am saying a Dr. Saab.
Congress
a Dr. Saab.
No, Dr. Piyush. Dr. Piyush.
He is opposed to this. He has serious doubts.
I am not opposing anything.
Manish first. Manish. Yeah.
Don't put your words in my mouth. Don't put your words in my mouth.
No, I am saying in principle, Dr. Saab. But yeah.
Yeah, no, in principle I am telling you.
Manish.
Look,
Manish.
How do you form a policy?
BJP Uttar Pradesh के प्रवक्ता हैं. बोलिए Manish जी. मनीष जी बोलिए.
Look,
पीयूष जी आ रहा है उसके बाद. मनीष जी बोलिए. मनीष आफ्टर 30 सेकंड सर. थैंक यू मनीष.
और जेबा ने ओपनिंग कमेंट में जब ये कहा कि कानून सब पर लागू होना चाहिए, आखिर इनसे पूछे कोई भी कानून अलग से किसी पर थोड़ी लागू होगा, वो तो सब पर ही लागू होगा. लेकिन जेहन में क्या बातें हैं, वही बात है जो रहमान वर्ग ने रिपोर्ट किया.
क्या बात है, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. आप कम्युनिटीज में बैलेंस कैसे लेके आएंगे, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है. आप मंच पे आके बोल देते हैं, उसके बाद एक संदेश छोड़ देते हैं।
अरे छोड़ दीजिए उनपे, लीव इट ऑन योगी, लीव इट ऑन योगी एंड मोदी. Your bias, your anti-Modi and Yogi bias is now not letting you think in a proper way, Zeba. Let me tell you this very clearly, because you in principle want to support what Yogi Adityanath is saying, and that's not only me. Even Gaurav Goyal and Binay Singh said the same thing just 30 seconds prior, that in principle you say you are in agreement, but as soon as Manish Shukla comes out and he says that Yogi Adityanath has done this because there is some unwritten code where you have to oppose Yogi and you have to oppose Modi, you will oppose. You are saying it's a good decision, but you will again oppose. So don't oppose for the sake of it. Don't oppose for the sake of it. Ratnakar Tripathi, Piyush Joshi, I'm coming to you. Everyone and the viewers, just Zeba, Piyush Joshi, exactly 30 seconds by the clock. I'm not wearing one, but 30 seconds. 30 seconds by the clock and I'm back. 20 minutes more on the debate. 30 seconds by the clock, viewers. 30 seconds. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. 30
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Prime Minister Modi unveiled a national emblem cast on the roof of new Parliament building to
back on the burning question, and I come to you, Zeba, and then to Ratnakar Tripathi. Zeba, please tell me, why do you want to oppose Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Modi just for the sake of it? Why? We all know, Zeba, you more than anyone else will understand that the population explosion is a reality and we need to counter it now. Zeba.
Shwarya, we are also same serious as you are, right?
Zeba.
Don't show off as if we are damn careless people on the planet. I'm just saying
I don't want to.
Whatever bill...
I just can't hear. I just can't hear the words which the people of this country would want to hear from a Samajwadi Party national spokesperson, Gaurav Goyal. That's my problem. I would have been more than happy to be quiet, and you saying that I and Manish Shukla stand together hand in hand.
Any good. I am always with any policy which is for good.
चलिए मैडम कि आप नहीं चाहते हैं कि पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल बिल कभी आए. Madam, please understand, you and your party does
complete.
Carry on. आप आके नेशनल टीवी पे जो बोलते हैं उसका कोई अर्थ नहीं बचता है क्योंकि आप नहीं चाहते हैं. If somebody is quoting it, you have a problem. If the Uttar Pradesh Mukhyamantri had said this, you have a problem. You have a problem of everything which is good for the nation. You do the politics at your own mind. I don't know from where. मैडम एक समझने की कोशिश करिएगा. Just one thing. आपने एक प्रश्न किया था. मैडम सुन तो लीजिए. Please listen, मैडम. Please listen. ठीक है. आप समझा दीजिएगा क्योंकि आप समझाने का काम ही करते हैं. कोई बात नहीं है. Please understand one thing. आपको सुनना पड़ेगा क्योंकि आपने गलत बात करी है. आपने मैडम you have said कि why the BJP has not brought the law since 2014 because they were in the power. Only for the reason because they are people like you. They are political parties like you. If the BJP bring this law, you will come on the streets and you will burn the public properties because you guys are master in this. That's why the BJP has not brought the law since 2014.
Dr. Piyush Joshi, political analyst, live.
BJP is trying to make the general
Piyush Joshi, can you tell me this?
So that this law can be brought.
No, hold on. Manish, Binay Singh and Gaurav Goyal, I'm asking Zeba, Yasmin, Piyush and Ratnakar Tripathi one question, 10-second answer. In principle. Yeah. Do you agree that there is a population explosion starting with Piyush Joshi? Piyush Joshi, Dr. Piyush Joshi, do you agree with me that there is a population explosion and this population bomb is a real big hurdle in India's success? Yes or no, sir?
Look.
Do you accept this? Dr. Piyush Joshi.
I just need data. How do you form a policy? Tell me. You need data, concrete data based on which you will form a policy.
So what data?
So we will require a census report. And if there is a population bomb which is there and which is exploding, then yes, of course, we should organize each and every measure possible to control that population. No doubt about it. Now, what I'm trying to tell you that the National Family Planning Program...
You are in July of 2022 and as far as I am able to gather that you have a lot lot of trust in the United Nations, which I personally don't, and that's my personal view, that I do not have that much trust in the United Nations. But I will just want to tell you or ask you, Piyush Joshi, Dr. Piyush Joshi, you are in the July of 2022, and according to a United Nations report, Dr. Piyush Joshi, India will be the most populated country, Ratnakar Tripathi, by 2023. So if you need facts, that is for you from an organization whom you trust. I don't. But I'll just ask you the same question, Ratnakar Tripathi. Don't you feel that population bomb is not ticking anymore? It has already exploded. It has already exploded. Ratnakar Tripathi, quick answer, 10 seconds. Yeah.
I'm just asking you,
Mr.
Tripathi, we
sir, you already have
commitment.
Sir, you might want to perceive, Dr. Piyush Joshi, that you don't want to, but you already have, sir. Yeah.
But the problem with you is that tera kutta kutta, mera kutta kutta, and tuada kutta Tommy. If we introduce a bill, you will say they are forcing, we have forced the people. And now what will BJP do? Will this bill be appeal? Please,
no,
do the population control. Won't they force?
No, Tommy.
Won't they deprive them of many things? If you do not have if you have more than 2 children, you will not fight the elections. You will not get the ration.
Ratnakar Tripathi ji,
we have proved our commitment, and you are regularly asking us, why are you opposing?
No,
we are not opposing
do you agree? No, it's a... Sir,
we are not opposing
I'm asking you 10-second answer. Please tell me,
we are
do you
opposing
accept
the
there is a
threat he is
population
giving in
bomb?
the skies. He is threatening the population. He is threatening the big population.
Who is threatening?
He says that the difference between two population is closing.
Who is he?
You have to pay the price.
Who?
The Hindus will have to pay the price. He is saying.
I'll just come to Zeba. Ratnakar Tripathi, you are not answering. That's you are a master, Ratnakar Tripathi. That's my only in-principle problem with you, sir.
Oh, I answered it.
That you will not answer the question straight.
We answered.
You are well versed with your words and you know how to twist them around. But Zeba, can you please tell me, Zeba Yasmin, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, before I go to Binay Singh, Zeba, please tell me, don't you understand in principle, Zeba, whichever part of the country you live in, and I am told you are live from Lucknow, can't you feel when we come out of our homes, every one of us, and viewers, I'm asking this question to you as well, that the population bomb is a reality which we really need to think about. Zeba, I'm asking you straight away, straight.
I'll give you a straight answer, Aishwarya. Is this problem arises only in 2022? Was what not in 2014? So what was Modi ji doing since 2014?
Who said so?
8 years late.
But I did not hear Akhilesh Yadav. Zeba, that's my problem. Manish, that's my problem. Zeba, that's my problem. Zeba, exactly right.
Did you hear Akhilesh Yadav
Manish Shukla, Zeba, यही मेरा problem है. That's my problem. Manish, मैंने अखिलेश यादव को when he was the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh I did not hear. मनीष, आपको याद है क्या कि अखिलेश यादव जब उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे तब उन्होंने ये बात को उठाया हो? मुझे नहीं याद, और अगर मैं गलत हूं तो बताइए मनीष।
कभी नहीं।
मनीष शुक्ला बताइए, ये प्रॉब्लम आज की नहीं है। जेबा ठीक कह रही है।
जिन्होंने जनसंख्या के कानून का विरोध किया है, खुलेआम किया है, और उस पर अखिलेश यादव का कोई बयान नहीं है। तो देखिए ये तो, और जेबा जी ने शुरू में ही कहा कि अगर कानून सबके लिए बनेगा, अरे भाई कानून तो सबके लिए ही बनेगा। और कांग्रेस के जो त्रिपाठी जी है उन्होंने तो गजब एग्जाम्पल दिया, तेरा कुत्ता मेरा कुत्ता बिल्ली पे आ गए। भैया देखिए आज के समय की सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है जनसंख्या नियंत्रण का कानून। हाँ, हमारा ये भी मानना है कि जनसंख्या का असंतुलन भी नहीं होना चाहिए। समान के लोगों को जनसंख्या।
होल्ड ऑन त्रिपाठी जी होल्ड ऑन ना।
और क्योंकि
रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी होल्ड ऑन, कंट्रोल
पैदा करता है।
No, I understand. Binay Singh wanted to say something, and then I'm coming to you, Gaurav. Binay Singh.
Acha, Ratnakar ji just 10 minutes back, he was celebrating. That the Congress was the first, as a party to implement the population control measure.
The forcible one, yeah.
Though it was forcible, though it was in emergency, done in emergency, though it was a criminal act, but he was celebrating. That we were the first to do that. But again,
No.
At that time you were celebrating a forceful control measure.
Will you appeal only?
And this one is going to be very democratic.
Hear him out.
This is going to be a non-criminal and very democratic.
I know it doesn't automatically comes to Congress, but
this is going to be a very democratic process. So here he is opposed. And Ratnakarji and Jeba, they don't have problem with the population control bill or population control measure. The only problem is that it is coming from a person or a party.
So that's what I'm saying, Gaurav, ending 30 seconds. That's my problem. Zeba, Ratnakar Tripathi, Dr. Piyush Joshi, they are not in principally against it. The only problem is that the man saying is Yogi Adityanath. That the man backing Yogi Adityanath is Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah. That's the problem. Gaurav Goyal. Manish, I come to you. Manish, मैं आऊँगा आपके पास. Gaurav. Manish, मैं आ रहा हूँ आपके पास ending के लिए. Gaurav.
Politically. With the political intention.
Gaurav.
Sir, only 30 seconds. I will take 30 seconds. That whenever we try to give an argument that the population control bill is the need of the hour, the international spokesperson of the national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party gives an argument why the BJP was silent since 2014. The only thing is that for the last 7-8 years, the BJP is also trying that all the parties should come together and there shall be a national consensus. If not, then what will happen? The national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party will come on the streets. The entire political parties will come on the streets and they will burn the thing.
No, they just want to oppose. Manish. Understood. Zeba, hold on. Manish, 10 seconds. Manish, please, less time I have. Manish.
We want the national policy.
Guys, I've given all of you that.
Manish. Population control bill.
Manish, okay, Gaurav.
National spokesperson will never say.
Manish, Gaurav, hold on. Manish, carry on, Manish Shukla. बोलिए, Manish जी. बोलिए.
देखिए, जनसंख्या पर समाजवादी पार्टी की नीति स्पष्ट है. 2012 से 17 के बीच में अखिलेश यादव की पार्टी ने एक बार भी इस पे चर्चा नहीं की. भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शुरू से मानना है कि एक सुदृढ़ और प्रभावी जनसंख्या नीति बननी चाहिए और सबको उसका पालन करना चाहिए. कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता जो बात कर रहे थे, सबसे पहली पार्टी इनकी है.
Well, absolutely. Let there be no doubt about it. I'm only saying this. Manish Shukla, Bira Singh, Gaurav Goyal, Zeba Yasmin, Dr. Piyush Joshi, Ratnakar Tripathi. Manish Shukla, मैं आपकी भावनाओं को समझ रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूँ, Manish Shukla जी, that I really doubt that Zeba Yasmin, Dr. Piyush Joshi and Ratnakar Tripathi, how well learned and well educated these guys are. None of them can in principally oppose. Neither Zeba nor Dr. Piyush Joshi nor Ratnakar Tripathi can oppose this. The only problem is that the person who's saying it and the person who's backing him, that means they are opposing Yogi Adityanath and Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah. And that's the problem. It is not what Yogi Adityanath is saying. Thank you very much. That's the time I had, viewers. And all the panelists, thank you very much. That's the time I had on Burning Question. Thank you.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं. अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए.
On July 8th, a fatal cloudburst claimed 16 lives in Jammu and Kashmir while injuring several others. Over 40 people are missing and rescue operations are on in full swing. Nearly 48 hours after the tragedy hit the holy pilgrimage site of Amarnath Yatra, the Yatra has resumed once again. Watch how, with utter zest and enthusiasm, the 12th batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims left the Bhagwati Nagar base camp for the holy Amarnath cave.
जो हादसा हुआ उसके बाद किस तरह का भय तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई भय नहीं. हमको बाबा के ऊपर विश्वास है. बाबा हमारी यात्रा मंगलमयी करेंगे और बाबा के हम दर्शन करके ही जाएंगे. हमें कोई भय नहीं है. बाबा के ऊपर पूर्ण विश्वास है.
And even as the search and rescue operations continue for the ones missing, a fresh batch of pilgrims have embarked on the journey with great fervor. Bureau report.